Hello everybody. Today we are gonna do another random backpack hero stream. So, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna start picking random challenges. I really wanted to play with Crate, so I just picked Crate. And then I used a random number generator, and I settled on hard mode 1. Same style as the usual games, but I've got less health, the enemies are stronger, chests contain nothing, well, chests contain less, even though they never really contain anything good to begin with. The only time I foresee that being a problem is when we come across crate-specific item chests. I don't know if those are considered standard, but anyway. And our drop chance is a little bit worse. Let's do it. What was our... Alright, we gotta switch these around. Classic, standard setup, the crypt or the bramble. I don't know, it's a robot, but like the map. I'm wondering if the mom here is his purse. By the way, it's September. Where's my satchel? I mean, which character is coming out next? Purse is the mouse. Satchel's gonna be the bird. Where's Satchel? I've been waiting years for Satchel ever since I learned she was gonna be a thing last month. So come on, gimme. Let's go to whatever was here. Always pick the right way. Just make sure, if you always want to make sure you're going the right way, just go right, and then you're always going the right way. Okay, curse? Nah. I don't need that. Might as well put it on auto for now. That screwed me over in the past, because I would want to switch targets or something, but then would just run and then I would hit the wrong target and then bad things would happen, but we'll just have to be a little more what's the word? Thoughtful? Competent? Alright. Oh! Thinking about the grinder. And it always sucked because I would get the grinder way too late. But now we're not getting the grinder too late, we're getting it right now. So maybe we do it. Okay. We're gonna have to do some reorganizing here. We want to fit the grinder somewhere. Maybe we do it like this. Put the grinder at the end. And we can fit, you know, something in this little gap here. I'll take the helmet. I don't want to grind up the helmet though. Hang on. That's not how that's gonna work. What we need to do is make sure that we spend 2 energy coming in. I just need more space for this kind of stuff. I think if we spend 2 energy coming in on swords, then we hit the reverser. Hang on, we can do it like this. Okay. No, we can't do it like that. I'm trying to account for the varying amount of energy we'll get each time we use the grinder. Right, so I want to use 2 energy coming in so that we can use the defensive grid. And then maybe we just use the grinder afterwards, and then we can use the sword a couple more times. Then maybe it really our block worse, but just do it like this for now, I think. The block is only gonna give us I think it was giving us like 5 to begin with. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 again. Okay, let's go get this question mark. It's nice to get rare items or whatever, and maybe know a little earlier on what kind of build we want to make. See, this is what happens when you turn auto run on. You get a chance to pick your target at the end of the fight. More blocks. Seems pretty just gonna make it square for now. What's this? Dark Lady's Potion. Deals 18 damage, costs magic, and then it is destroyed. Take my free mana stone. Any locked doors? There's one. We could take a key just in case. Chip sword. Perhaps. I flip the grinder upside down. It does work upside down. Okay. Suppose we did this. We would like grind up the shirt. We'd get 4 energy. And then we would have... So 4 energy. Can we even spend 7 in total? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right. That's all I can take here. Maybe before we take grind up material, we'll take another toggle. Oh, that's a toggle. Just gonna switch direction. I don't know if I want anything to switch direction on me yet. We'll get a bit more mileage out of a path if we do it in this direction now. Now this does stuff to the right, so that works. Okay, now we have all this space here for stuff. One energy, 2 energy. This does not do anything right now. Okay. This could be interesting. If it works on coins, we get coins every fight for free, so I don't need to worry about choosing items if I commit to not having any money ever. Maybe gold is a little too valuable for that sort of thing, but that's a cool idea. By itself, we're gonna do 3 attacks. I want to switch these. Oh, it's too big. Never mind. Okay. I'll just take something. Get it ground up. Save no space to use it. Okay. Curses. Cursed Shiv. Ninja costume. Ninja costume. Poison that I don't want. That Doru. Shortcut map used to discover a secret pass. Oh, yeah. All right. Now, how am I gonna fit this guy in here? We're just gonna do this. There we go. Now, does this work by itself? It removes block, but it gives me a dodge. I would like to perhaps try it. We're only gonna be facing maybe 1 or 2 enemies usually. give it a shot. To the one who's gonna heal, maybe? I don't know. Right. So now we dodge the attack and we're fine. Very good. Got a letter. Eh. Huh. You know something? You know what? Do you wanna know what? I'll tell you what. Stop giving me toggles. Okay. Okay. I never used my map. Oh. Just do it like that. Oh, you make a tunnel if you want to get through stuff. You can say, like, oh, I don't want to fight these guys. I just want to go to the exclamation mark. And then you just go up through there. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Now, I asked if you want to know what, and I never said anything. So I better... live up to my promise here. Don't have much room for it yet. But I'm thinking it would be kind of interesting if we put the letter in a path. It's gonna go up. So if we have a tall column and a tall weapon right beside the tall column, right? Check this out. The beam goes through the letter. The letter would move up, perhaps before the beam hits it again. Well, it's only a 2-column high thing, but once the column gets taller, it could scale quite significantly, maybe. Maybe. And then we use our chipped sword twice for the extra damage bonus twice. Put the ninja costume back. Start putting things back. I am quite happy getting rid of one wooden blade. So I'll put the other one here. Still not impressed enough by the grinder to really be using it, so I'll put it backwards. We could always just make our path a little bit longer for the purpose of extra block. Especially since we're gonna be removing all block at the end of each turn. Classic synergy. I've never really used shields on Crate before. Spear. Maybe... I think we'll give this a shot. Oh, put this there. I can even use the microchip later. Let's even put it here, so that after we do our attack, that's how we do it. We put the microchip at the back, so that after we use our attack, we can move the letter back to where it used to be. And then we get 2 turns of a stronger chipped sword. So by default, it uses up 1 energy, and it bounces back, and then it uses the remaining 2 energy. Excited. Alright. Gonna do 18 though. So it would be nice to do the hermit crab before they both start doing attacks. So that's 8 and 7 plus 6. 6, well, it'll probably be fine. So the letter moves, and then the letter would have moved up again if it had space. Alright, so this is perfect. Oh, my microchip. Of course. Baby. Definitely nap time for baby. Okay. Now let's make that column taller. Am I as far up as I can be already? I am. Alright, so as far as efficient space use goes, I'm gonna do this. And then I'm gonna change it up all around again. So the letter starts at the bottom. The chipped sword gets buffed 2 times. Goes around the corner, hits the sword twice. Then I can hit the microchip and move the letter back down. Then we go around, and then I don't have any more corner pieces, so we bounce it back. What else have we got here? This could be my Dark Lady potion slot, I guess. Ethereal Staff creates an ethereal shiv, which is a shiv that can be used once per turn and lasts the battle, I believe. So maybe it can be put in the same row. And that kind of sucks for the way I've got it set up right now. So I elect not to take it. I find a place to put my costume again. I can take some random stuff. Liquid luck is always yummy yummy. Cleansing potion is something I can throw on the side for now. Let's try it. You do. Beard the dragon. I don't see any beard. To control flame is to become flame. At least that's what Grandpa said. Alright, let's go for the... he hits me twice though, so I will take damage. Still though, I want to farm up some experience here. The letter moves 3 times. Well, 2 times, rather. Now I can reorganize. Bring the letter back down. And almost kill him too. So I take 1 hit. Spikes get him. I got another potion to refill my consumable potion slot. I've got a tea, which is great food for me since it's gonna stack my dodge and it's gonna give me regen. That's perfect. Where's that door? Still at the very end. I'm not gonna take the key then. I thought maybe it would be a nice backup key. Okay. Play for free. The rocket silo. This could be fun. This could be great. I think this could be quite good, in fact. Let's try to maybe bounce off this guy and then get dumped in the corner. Okay, that never really works how you say it, but will it? It works! Okay, we got the rocket silo. Okay, goodbye ninja costume, I think. You were nice while you lasted, but I'm still gonna get a lot of block from my defense grid. Now that we've done all this stuff, it creates a rocket in the column. which is going to be pointed uh probably horizontally to get the most distance out of it. I'm wondering how exactly I can use the rocket silo first, put it in like a little launch place, you know, a launch tube, buff it with the letter before triggering the rocket. I will say it really sucks that this is only a once per combat thing, because I'm going to need a standard attack on top of that, because I cannot rely on the rocket to just one-shot everything. Huh. I wanna just sit on that for a little bit. Add block to a shield. Now hang on. 10 gold. We have 10 gold. This is a shield. Arguably my best shield. So I might as well just make it better. You just smashed my expensive electronic components with a hammer. No, please. That's not how that works. Okay. Now, what are we gonna take? I was thinking about using a toggle, like maybe first it triggers the rocket and then it goes the other direction, but then if the battle lasts more than 2 turns, then it'll be going back the rocket silo's way for no reason. So I think maybe just another elbow, which I will put in a spot that does nothing. Oh, that's not a spot that does nothing. Maybe we give up on the grinder. It's only an uncommon anyway. Okay. We've got going right now is already quite good. I almost kind of want to whiff it, so I get a bit of extra regen out of this. So it's gonna buff the sword, and then nothing's gonna happen. Oops, or I could have just did that. Right, okay, let's finish him now. We got some stuff. A crooked arrow. Oh, no archery, please. We've already got so much other stuff on the go. This guy. Thread makes armor a little bit better. This is all kinda junk. Okay. What have we got coming up? Let's see what the boss is. It's the rooster. The more you hit the rooster, the more he wants to hit you back, I think. Okay. Let's bite the bullet and check out how we can accomplish a rocket build. Rocket silo build. I kind of enjoy this starting off here. Pretty sure I got a rocket silo last time I played this guy on stream too, and I just hold it along with me until I could sell it, but I can't put it here. It's too big. If only we had one more slot of space. Okay. Creates a rocket in the column. Let's suppose we start here. Let's suppose we do something very part intensive and start here. Just to keep that. In which case... Okay, no, I can't I can't rely on old stuff anymore. I gotta... Let's depict how we can make the best rocket launch. So the silo goes somewhere. Creates a missile in the row. In the column, sorry. It's gonna be at the back, going forwards, or at the front, going backwards. I mean, it could also be at the bottom and go up, but that's hardly any damage. So I'm gonna have it start at the back. Maybe we'll keep it one space away, so we have room for an elbow to hit it. Rocket goes up at the top here. Then, I think the letter can only realistically buff it one time. So maybe the letter starts here and it goes 1, 2. Because then it can also trigger this. Or this. So it started here. If we start our launch here, rocket needs as much empty space in the row as possible, because the farther the rocket travels through empty spaces before it hits the edge of the backpack, the more damage it does. So I would like to start maybe the rocket... I couldn't do it here because then the silo would be in the way, so I do have to put it in these manifold spots. And I hit the thing. And then the letter goes up. See here. In which case it buffs the rocket, but then I can't use the rocket. Right. So then I need look at it. Oh, what am I doing? I had something, then I foolishly lost it. Right, so if it goes here, you would have to have this elbow here. Ah, this is tough. It'd be nice if we had some sort of like fuse somewhere that we could touch and then it was connected to the rocket, but that no such thing. There's no such thing. Maybe what we need to do is travel vertically through the rocket and the silo perhaps a second time. Suppose we started here. Suppose we start here. Touch the silo. Rocket comes out, I guess, here. Here? Chipped sword goes here. Get one letter out of it. I think that might just be the best I've got. So I can still maneuver my beam afterwards and all that. But then the chipped sword is in the way. It wouldn't let me place. I was wondering if the rocket had to go in the same exact 2 columns, or if I could maybe put it on the side or something. The letter bounces once. Hits the rocket. The rocket is then fired. It gets bounced backwards. The beam gets bounced backwards. Then we hit the sword again on the way back. And then I suppose we have some space to do other things. Prototype. This costs 0 energy. I think the rocket is either 0 or 1. I guess we'll find out. This sure doesn't make any sense. Okay. Oh, the letter does nothing. I'm stupid. Okay. Restart. Restart. It's the rocket. Rocket comes out. Rocket has to come out here. Rocket comes out here. Maybe the rocket launch happens at the end. Maybe that makes it easier. Maybe we just don't buff the rocket. The rocket does, right, let's say this is the nose of the rocket and it goes to the left. Right now it does 10 damage, 20, 30, 40, 50 damage. And then if I add the letter, it's just gonna do an extra 6, which is worse than 1 extra space. So maybe we just dump it into the corner and we say, that's the last thing that happens. This is the end of the path. Well, hits the grid first. Yeah, that might be way better. So we'll put the chipped sword. Chipped sword's gotta go somewhere vertically, doesn't it? So maybe this is the end. It just, makes a rocket, if there is one, and then it blows it up. Something like that. So I want to make the letter go up once, because we need to make an elbow sooner than that, so we don't interfere with the rocket row. Let's say we start here. We can't use our spiked helmet anymore, but that's fine. Goes up. Just thinking. Okay, so, here's something that works that just isn't good. This only uses 1 energy so far as well. Then we start running out of space for things. I leave the helmet behind. and the reverser behind. We'll really have to pack everything else in as much as we can. Let's get rid of the mana stones too, which I don't mind. And a cleansing potion. Maybe go like this. And then we can put the rocket. No, it doesn't even work like that. I should just bounce it back and hit the sword again, but then the rocket needs to go here and the rocket never gets touched. And if we do it like this, well, I mean, that's just the same thing. Okay. Well, let's try a little bit like this. Let's save the game. Just in case we really screwed it up. I'm okay with just going in for a test run here. One Borb. See, oh. This is fine. Put that back down. We're gonna just get rid of this. Okay, so this could go like that, but this is better. Alright, that's our new strat. Kinda fun. It's a dice. Can I reuse it right now? I'll take another dice? Nah. No. Reroll. What's this? Mana reverser adds mana on use. That's cool. He said with the sort of sympathetic, like, oh, good for you. So anyway, I don't want these. What the heck is going on? Weird noise. Some sort of construction tool sounding thing. Well, you know what I think we could do? I think I figured it out. I think you can spawn the rocket in the place that it needs to be. And then you can use the microchip to move the rocket where you really want it. Right, so it's just these four and this area. This would be a good rocket launching row, I think. Alright, back to the drawing board. Right, so. Yeah, we're doing this. This sort of thing happens. And we've got to hit the silo. Yeah, to make the rocket come out. Never thought I'd say this in my life, but if only we had a toggle. This is also difficult. Basically, I want to spawn the rocket up here, not touch it, and then... And I got rid of my reverser too. Hang on, this could be a way of doing it. Okay, beam comes out, hits the silo, and then it comes back around. Right, so that's done. This defensive grid is just gonna be really terrible, is the only thing. We can start the letter down here too to make the chipped sword attack a little bit better. Machete, we could also replace it with to deal more damage to all enemies than just a single target, but I think the single target's better. So the rocket goes here, once we spawn it. Then we use the microchip, we move the rocket into the launch position, which is going to be beneath where the letter is right now, I suppose. And we'll move the letter up, like over to here. And then when it comes back, it hits the sword again, which is a bonus. Hang on. What's the matter here? Oh, this is a toggle. Oh. Okay, what I was gonna do with the toggle depended on me having a reverser as well, I think. So never mind about what I said about the toggle. Let's get them. We've also got an elbow. So once it hits the microchip, we move the letter over to here. We put the rocket into the firing position, and then it blasts them with all the damage we can muster. And then that's all we can do. So we got no more space. What is this? You didn't let me pinch your cheek. Aw, no, Grandma, I told you not to come while I'm streaming. It's embarrassing. Okay, I don't have the money. I mean, I do have the money. 70% legendary item. What else is here? Maybe. Okay, fine. Just for you, Grandma. Legendary item appears at the base of her staff. Oh, you mean that thing I don't want? Yeah, you can have it, Grandma. Alright, standard chests are even worse now. Not like I really enjoyed them in the first place. Okay, a sharp rotator deals damage. A reverser reverses course. Put this in reserve. What I could do, I could wimp out on the sword damage a bit, and on the rocket damage a bit as well, in exchange for getting a much higher block. Right now the block is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 9. 9 block. Not much. Not great. You know what? We'll just try it. Try it here. We got a healer, we got no money. Okay. We've got a big boy rocket. Let's try this. Spawn the rocket. Oh, could go below too. Okay, so like we add it. Just to... Could even put some more stuff here now. Now that I know, we can just put it below. Now we put it in the launch tube, then it gets hit. and then we live too. Alright. You know what? This is fun. This is fun. Now I can put the grid up here because we're gonna get some more mileage out of it. And we can put some money up here. Even better, now that we have a reverser, we can put the reverser here. Oh, we can put the reverser here, and we can put the grid at the back, right? So now when we see the path, okay, I need my elbow. Now when we see the path, it goes a long way. Get a lucky ring. Can re-roll these just to see if there's one more thing I want. Heart ring. Sure. Test just to make sure. So put the missile dispenser upside down. This is a crate unique item because it is, you know, the same color scheme. Oh yeah. That's nice. What anything else? Can't really fit anything anywhere. We got bouncers. I'm not gonna get into that yet. Leather boots, we just do not have the space for this sort of stuff. I can only take like a 1x1. The hatchet is free. I don't think we have any armor. So, okay. Seals the deal there. Maybe we replace it with a key here. I would like the gold it takes to increase my max HP. Okay. You guys aren't gonna know what hit ya. This is nice. The switch is just the elbow, but better, so I guess I'll take it. What you could do with a switch, if you wanted, was have one path going towards the rocket silo, and then after you've used that, you switch back to the main path, but I'm quite satisfied with this, so... What's this? Adds poison and makes them more poisoned. I don't even really have room for consumables right now, so... I will reject. Don't have the money. Oh, we can heal. Something good? The screen reverser. Adjacent weapons get +2 damage. It'd be nice to use that somewhere, but I mean, well, you know what the problem is. I'm just gonna upgrade my existing one for now. And then maybe we can, once we upgrade, unlock a new slot, maybe we can like tuck it in a spot, but you know what? Here's a question. We have it here. The rocket detonates at this location. I wonder if it has a +2 on it when it detonates. I bet it would. Let's take a look at the boss here and we'll find out. Now this guy is gonna be tough. So let's see if our methods pay off. 60 did not function. Alright, well I'm down a heart ring. It's down to just using 8 and then 5 and then another 8 and then a block. So my standard attacks are pretty lame now. But I can block quite a bit. So at least there's that. I'm gonna be giving them a lot of rage though, so I hope we can win the war of attrition. Oh, I'm sure we can. Just take a while. Okay. Now we must think carefully about this. That looks pretty good actually. Maybe we don't have to think too carefully about it. Well, this looks good too. Give myself a little bit of extra space for things. Now instead of a hatchet, you can have something bigger there. Okay, we got barbell. The barbell is heavy. Energy cost of every weapon increases. But for every space below the item that I will be using, the said item gets bonus damage. The bomb stone destroys my weapons when I use them. And they get... Okay, at first I thought, like, you know, obviously we're not gonna take this, but you know what? This is not a weapon, it's an accessory. These are weapons, of course, but they're just common weapons. They're just here because I allow them to be here. And if we take a bomb... Oh boy, if we take a bomb stone... a missile is gonna become 5 times more powerful. And it already gets destroyed, and we can already make more of them. And okay, it's gonna be pretty good. This is gonna be pretty good. We're about to become nuclear. Make sure the path still works. It does. It's even more block now. Alright. Let's get some more weapons. The Shiv is free and does more damage now. We've got another backup microchip. The Cursed Blade. Nah, not with the Bomb Stone. Okay. These poor little soldiers. You have block. I mean, dodge. That's my weakness. As long as I have one item that can... one weapon that can counter their dodge, we'll be fine. I'm gonna move the Shiv over just to be wary of that in the future. Okay. Yeah, okay. Let's see if this works. Yeah, let's move this just kinda in the corner here. Oh! I'm stupid? Hang on. This is why I've got my backup microchip. Circuit board, okay. We'll just throw this here. But I need to... How much damage does the shiv do? 12. I can't believe... No. We're just gonna reload the autosave here. Alright. This does not count as a failed run. This just counts as me doing something exceptionally silly. We've all done that sort of thing from time to time. Don't pretend like we don't. Let me show you how this battle really should have ended up. Alright, let's see how much damage. What? Eh? Eh? What? but what the hell? Okay. Okay, we've had some sort of software malfunction inside the robot's internals. Alright. So... It was sure nice to believe that this sort of thing would work. I gotta try it once more. I just want to know what happened. What the hell happened here? I gotta give it every opportunity to do what it should. Well, I don't know, the letter has nothing to do with it. Because the letter's not even there at the time. But it's here. And what does it say? It's just got the normal rocket description, plus 10 damage, whatever. From Bombstone, the item is destroyed. When the item finishes moving, the item is destroyed. So on use, I think it gets destroyed before it even explodes. And then... it just does that. and then somehow the lack of an item moving to a new empty space erases the space. Right. So I'm gonna continue the run. Just without the bombstone, I guess. Because what the hell? Right. Man. Bye-bye, bombstone. Man. Just trying to... Not work. Just trying to think of a way to maybe... Okay, so... It's gonna be so good. It's gonna be so good! That's just a normal dang run. Now we just have the world's lamest duel. Still back and forth. Me dealing like... Oh, that was... Is a fair amount of damage. This build has places to go if it still needs, if we're gonna get anywhere past floor like 6 though. We need some more improving. Gonna do some more improving. They make the sapphire, the shiv better. I was gonna say let's do it with the hatchet then, but there's no difference. I'll make my item colors return back to normal, please. Another shiv. Well, you know what? A +1 damage bonus is worse than a +2 damage. I'm still very unhappy. Oh my! Your gears shift and churn. That's cute. Is that the aroma of food? Somewhere deep within you a memory stirs, but you cannot smell anything. The mouse shouts to you, let me indulge you? No thank you. Very good, sir, he says. Robots don't eat. Oh yeah, there's no food available to me. I never really noticed. You're broke. So broke I didn't even really read the options. More elbows and what have you. I'm quite happy with my lot, thank you. $30, $40, $50, $60. Right, so I should refrain from targeting enemies that only have like 60-ish health. If I targeted the armadillo, this battle would have gone quicker. Just save this other chip because there'll be one time when I might want to just move the letter back to the position against, say, a boss or something, but I'm quite capable of blocking, so we'll do it the slow way. Anything good here? Cup of oil adds energy. I'm not really... This isn't really energy focused build. If we got the metallic wand at the very start and I wasn't so focused on my rocket tree, maybe we would have taken that metallic wand way earlier, but... Oh, I forgot to increase my... Oh, that's okay. We ain't getting Kirsten, you know it. 39 block. Quite considerable. Alright. More hatchets. Hatchet is better than Shiv at this moment. Life stone ring, life ring, heart ring, healthy ring, bring on the garbage. Oh yes, this is quite abysmal. Alright, not a fan of the bat. This might be a place where I use my letter. See. Okay, we just got him. What's this? Defensive core. Can be used once per turn. When a shield is used, creates a charge with 1 energy. I like that. I can put it... I had this space open, I could put it there. Right. Let's do some thinking. Do this. You know what? It's one of these days I wish I had the toggle again. Because, well, no, that's not true. I was thinking I'd put the toggle here so then the next, when it came back, it would just go down. But then that would move even more of my damage because I'd only use the chipped sword once. I kind of want to take this, but maybe I take out the ring. I just put it in reserve. And then when I've got something that can use it, then... then we'll be ready. What this? Okay, we gotta fight that guy. Something good. These are not what I would say are things that are good. Hang on. I have a funny idea. But then the next one is kind of screwed up. Well, I don't think that matters. This is just a way to get more block. All these weapons within this loop are one-time use, so it's not gonna drain energy on anything that sucks. It's just a way to get more block. Eh. Now the toggle is stuck going to the left the first time. Does that really matter? Oh, I don't think it really matters. Oh, it does matter because we're reusing the chip before we use the thing for the first time. So I have to make sure that I flip it back the first time before I use it. I don't really appreciate the need to do that, but it's a bit of a proactive measure because I think we're gonna need more block in the future unless we can get a better weapon. Anyway, let's test it out here. Rocket. Rocket. Now we get even more block. What? My block. It keeps disabling stuff. Why does it keep disabling stuff? It's not letting me use it. I don't understand. Oh, because I put it in the wrong freaking place, like an idiot. That's why. You're gonna block, so we can reorganize. For free. More or less. Expensive mistake. Probably should have moved the letter back, but whatever. At least we block all the lifesteal. Still get poisoned, but we're a robot, so naturally that will do nothing to us, right? Right? This is not great. I think I'm gonna use my chip. I didn't want to reorganize, I wanted to... Why am I so dumb? Okay. No. Again, I would call this an operator error, not a fault of the build. Do this. I just didn't autosave in a long time, so now I floor and a half. No? Is this all the chests are different? I don't know if I feel comfortable with this. No, these are the two bats. Again. But instead of a toggle, I'm being presented with other choices. However, I think I'm gonna take the toggle to be faithful with what I did before, and now it's more like all I'm doing is just correcting a mistake rather than taking the save scum opportunity to do something new. It's not save scumming, it's just using science to go back in time and stopping myself from making a mistake that I would have done otherwise. Now look at this big block number go up. 51! That's what I'm talking about. And then 29, which is enough. It's kind of interesting though. The first block is way higher. And then the next one might not be as high. Okay, otherwise it would have been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 7, 28, 29, 30. Otherwise it would be 37 all the time. Interesting. Okay, I'm gonna take the toggle back out. It's a cool idea, but I don't think it's cool enough. Okay, Venom Sword. Deals damage equal to your current poison. On use, removes poison from self. Interesting. So what you're saying is that if I drink the spoiled milk, then I get 3 poison. I need a big battery of items that I can use to poison myself at the start of every single turn in order to use this thing. It's cool, but I don't see how I'm gonna use it. We're still only using 1 energy per turn. I need a weapon that's not ridiculous. I'm a friend. I cannot take this right now. The fox steps aside and nods and lets you pass. The tail twitches instinctively. You're lucky he let you live. Yeah. Okay. Target you. We're back in the money. We're gonna start feeling good about ourselves again here. Cause watch this. We load up dispense the rocket. The conveyor pulls it into the firing chamber, and then boom. We're gonna be fine. You hear me? Get any locked doors? There's 1 locked doors. We'll take a key. I will take a nothing. Honeysuckle. Machete. I just need something that does more damage. Alright, let's get some more health. And then we do the fight, and then we see what we want to buy. Oops. Okay. Full up. Must we replace the gold with a shiv? Where would I put the gold? Well, consider consider this. Then we've got, excuse me, we've got the knife for the boss. We've got 2 hatchets, which are better than shivs right now. We've got 1 shiv stored up for once the damaged knife is done. Get rid of the heart ring. However, I am about to pay for another health boost. Right, you're not gonna deal with the rabble like me as a customer with only 5 gold to my name. Okay, here's something. Here's something we've been looking for this whole game. A ruby rotator. Excellent. Excellent. Superb, in fact. And everything's all set up in its optimal position here. By the way, what's your deal here? Okay, he starts off with 4 spikes. I need to, like, not do any damage for a while. Because I just wiped out my entire health pool. I need to block before I hit him. Or, you know, more realistically here, I need to... Okay, here's what we do, I guess. We reorganize. We can survive the hit. Take all the weapons out of the path. And we will block every turn from now on until his spikes are gone. Then we will use our circuit board, put the weapons back. And then he will have no more spikes, and we can defeat him. Can even put the shiv in. Engage the secret weapon. Now we need to kill him before he does enough damage to kill me. He should have put the thing by the citrine reverser here. Well, I don't think it'll matter. Not much. Unless he survives by like 10 hit points and I die, in which case it would have mattered. No, we'll live a bit yet. I think we got this. Next turn should be his demise. Okay. Might as well make the rocket chamber even longer. Hang on, this... Well, although that works... Not sure what I'm gonna... fill this space with here. Let's see if we can find a way. I think I need to connect these up. Now, shields give me spikes. Consumables do healing. All weapons remove status effects from enemies, such as spikes. If we're fighting the king as a final boss, who gains spikes and rage when you hit him or something like that, this is the exact kind of thing that we need. It's either gonna be this or the sandwich, which is kind of just a reactive way to heal. I think I'd rather pick a proactive way to do stuff. Now, got another circuit board, which makes me happy. What I need, okay, hang on. This is 0 energy, goes up all the way, and then if we put this here, then it's 1 energy, and then we should still be able to hit the thing. No, incorrect. This bounces twice, and then... Right. Right. Basically, this defensive core needs to hit something... You know what? I can just do this. Then the defensive core is used, and then the energy charge is produced, and it is thrown at the cleaver. Let's actually double down a little bit on that sort of thing. That idea. The wooden blade is used 3 times. Extra 21 damage. Let's hope it goes a long way. Alright. Oh! Who's this? Honey guide. He keeps the badger calm. If he's gone, the badger might go crazy. This is the badger, the honey badger. So peaceful and calm. They're both gonna get exploded by a massive rocket. In fact, all of them are. So we don't need to worry. Even though the letter's not in the right place, we still don't need to worry. Oh no, the badger's awake! And he's angry. Okay, that's okay. We should have just targeted something different first, but that's okay. Alright. We just run it. Right, well, now we know. Kinda doubles his health and he gets rage and stuff. Anything give me healing? Cauldron. Cauldron makes me a potion. Cauldron could make me perhaps a regen potion. Should be nice. Where do I put the cauldron? How do I make sure that the thing it makes gets consumed by me? And for that matter, where do I put it so that it's not blocking the path of everything else? Just need to heal. What kind of stuff have you got? Splint. When you use an adjacent weapon, it heals me. The splint is the kind of stuff we need here. Scimitar deals 7, and when stuff is destroyed, it does more. Right. Assist. Repeater. Destroys charges. Creates a new 1 energy charge. So it splits 1 big charge into smaller charges that sum up its cost. King Cleaver uses adjacent cleavers. It's kind of good, but not in this circumstance. We gotta save up 35 gold to get the splint. I think that's gonna be our goal now. wonder if he'll buy robot stuff. No. Can I come back? No. Buy robot stuff? I'm gonna assume yes. Is there anywhere to heal nearby that's... It's gonna get spikes. Boy. Really depends on how the cleansing flame works. If it removes the spikes the moment it's added, or if it removes the spikes that the previous weapon strike added. If it's the latter, we're screwed because we don't remove the spikes as soon as they're created. Kind of guessing that's exactly how it works, unfortunately. You better get rid of this guy. Right, well. If we lose the fight, I think we're just destined to lose because we didn't have good enough damage. That'll be okay. Okay, blocked. Hit him. So the flame goes through my block, so we're good. As long as we get him before he curses me. Which I will do. Right. Okay. Another chipped sword. Really just don't think I have a place for this sort of thing. A cleansing potion. I just don't have space for anything. All I'm really willing to accept are better things that already fit in the space of previous things here. Alright, what do you have for me? Tilted sword. The more you use it, the more damage it does. Jade axe. It costs gold to use. Does lots of damage. Necronomicon adds poison and mana. Let's just go somewhere here. Hope to get one of the better things, and then we can sell what we get on our quest for the splint. But if it's the tilted sword, we won't get much. Oh, it's a rare. Thought it was uncommon. Okay. You could stop bouncing and just give me my... Thank you. Okay, we put it here. Run back to the shop. That was for 10. We need 35. And where are we gonna put it? Another question. Something we use often. I might put the shield where the cleansing flame is, and then I can put the splint where the defensive grid is. But the splint is a 2x1, not just a 1x1. They've updated King, he doesn't have spikes anymore. Oh, we might have a chance then. Sorry, I haven't looked in the chat in a long time. Okay, well, the quest continues to afford my one healing item. I've got a curse for me, and last time I fought a fire gecko, he survived, which means I'm probably gonna get cursed. What can you do? Alright. Pull dead boy up. Pull dead boy up. We got him. Okay. We're fine. Now he's gonna curse me. Okay, 47. Can we do that? 11, 2 times is 22. 30. 35. This is gonna be hit 3 times, so we'll be fine. Right, okay. Tea. Oh, yummy, yummy, yummy. Yummy. Guess what, kids? We get to heal this Christmas. Okay. What kind of battles await me? A snake and a fire gecko. A snake and a glory hunter. We're gonna have to fight the snake. We're gonna have to target the snake so we don't get poisoned. And the fire gecko we can deal with. The glory hunter, I guess he's fine. I guess we'll see. We'll do the top fight. Guess we'll just have to deal with buffing the chipped sword one time. I want the dagger. I don't think so. Can't think of a good way to fit it in offhand here. Oops, I targeted the wrong guy. I'm stupid. Never mind, I switched it in time. I didn't know that could happen. Alright. We're fine. Alright. We get some health. Look at that. There's red in my HP bar again. Alright, more stuff. If we think 9 health is really too much and makes the game unfair, we can always take this boiled milk and lose it all again. Debuff potion is something... You know what, I got this mana stone that doesn't do anything. We got a potted aloe we can just eat up. Get some more healing. Ah, yeah, no food. Robot can't eat food, of course, but it can use some plants as an herbal medicine to heal itself. Also got a regen wand. I'm gonna need at least 3 spaces if I want to use that, but maybe if we were at that point in time where we gotta consider that sort of thing. Be nice if we weren't buffing the wand. Okay. Does the wand use energy? Just mana. That's perfect. So we can give ourselves 4 regen at the start of every fight. At the cost of a mere, what, like 4 damage per turn? I think that's kind of what we need right now. Yeah. Kinda sucks to lose the circuit board though, because it really saved my ass that one time. Pretty much everything in this entire backpack, except for the coins, is in the direct path of my beam, so... I guess we're just gonna have to be really careful and thoughtful about the kind of actions we take. Haha. Flame gem. Sword Gax. Classic. I think again, maybe we just try to dump it off to the right and sell what we earn. Okay. I guess what we'll be selling is a right glove. What? What? Okay, thank you. Back to the shop. 33? We need 35, I think. Will you still buy stuff from me? Will. Right. Okay. Here's the question, who do we target? The Glory Hunter, who will probably kill me if I don't kill him next turn. In the sense that I won't be able to attack him much anymore. For the snake who I can survive one poison strike from. This isn't great. I guess it's gotta be the Glory Hunter because I can't just remove all those spikes with one shot. And I won't be able to really block any of them either. So... I do have some regen, so we really only took 0 damage so far. Even better. I thought the poison would take effect immediately. Okay, we just gained some health. Unstable mana. On use deals damage. Not seen this before. To all enemies. Got any locked doors, by the way? There's one. Kinda thinking... we do something like that. We'll use it before we even use the wand, but that's okay. Yeah. I'll just throw the old hatchet in there. We fighting the king. Alright, we'll take something. We'll sell it. We can afford the splint. Alright, Rogue's Mask. Has to be in the top row. Let me consider this. It's per combat. We know this. Once per combat adds a dodge. I don't know if that's really worth considering. Heavy Blade. Maybe we can do something with that. It's heavy, so we can't put it here, but maybe... let's do some thinking here. Wood Sword does 7. Heavy Blade does 8. So that's something. Cleansing Flame will have to go... and I've decided no on the Rogue's Mask. However, we're coming up to the boss, and the Heavy Blade is only gonna do 3 extra damage per turn since it's used 3 times, whereas the hatchet simply does 5, so we do this. We take this stuff with us, just in case the shopkeeper will sell, or rather purchase it all from us. Go check them out. There are 2 shops. Let's see what this shop has. It's got a gauntlet. Got a cleansing wand. Afraid I just don't know what the king starts off with status. I think this regen wand actually really hits the spot. I can't take any armor because we have some stuff that depends on us not having armor, including the splint if we get that far. Still have to decide where we would put the splint if we get it. I don't want any of his stuff though. What about the mirror shield? We can afford the mirror shield. We can afford the splint. Let's check out poison, block, energy. Well, that's not useful for me. We can add poison to a chipped sword. No matter what we purchase, in fact, we can afford it. Now, You have to decide splint or mirror shield. What I'm thinking with the mirror shield is we just kind of put it in the back. We'd see what the king does. If the king does not have status effects I need to eliminate, then I will just get rid of the shield. Where would I put the splint here? I think what I would more or less have to do is just say goodbye to the letter buff, which only works one time. I guess two times if I use the circuit board, but I wouldn't. You put it here. The letter buff is gone. And then we'll get 2 extra HP per turn from the sword. It's all just for one boss fight. It really depends. I know that, okay, I hope, that I'm gonna do some great defending at the very start. And it's gonna be a while before he starts to do damage that penetrates my block. By then, the splint could have helped me recover and I could survive, say, a whole extra turn. Otherwise, where would I have to put it, right? If I move this here, and this here, and all this, I would have to put the splint here. Now it affects many weapons. Maybe it's good enough that we don't need the regen wand over here anymore. Now it affects plus 5 hit points per turn, which is actually better than the wand. And the regen goes away after a while, so that's pretty good. And then we can put, you know, something up there. The heart ring is kind of silly because it doesn't heal me. And then everything else that you have is kind of not useful. Right. Maybe the last seller has like a consumable or something. Not really. Okay. Well, that's the way it's gonna be. This is what we're gonna do. I have locked in my loadout. This is my final answer. See if it's good enough. Oh. Never mind. Okay. You're not gonna do anything yet. The Ferret King is gonna summon some minions. And I don't think I can deal with minions after I use my missile on turn 1, so... This could be a great time to heal up a lot before the boss, though. I got splint from using the rocket as it traveled by too. That's... Oh, I didn't even kill him! Ooh. Oh no, he's also gonna summon mobs and he's gonna make everybody angry. I did 130 damage to that man, but it simply wasn't enough. Well, we gotta get him now. Because he's like the guy like, duh! Come on! Gotta get him. I don't know who it's gonna target next, but I gotta get him. We're really healing up though, for now. Still blocking. Gonna summon even more people. I can't chew through 430 health with this selection of weapons. However, the cleansing flame is really nice. I can't kill him in one turn either. I guess I gotta go for it. I won't be able to keep up with him. Alright, this might be the fight where I just simply lose. Well, it was meant to be then, I guess. And then we're quite robust. It's one shield. But not good enough. It's making everyone so angry. And then I'm getting rid of all the rage, but their attacks slowly scale, and mine do not. And this is our last turn left alive. Very well. Who would win one state-of-the-art fighting machine with the most complicated logic circuits, or one extremely chubby boy? Alright. Oh, sorry, kitty. Let's take a 5-10 minute break. Then we'll try again. drinks coming out of the microwave. Just give me a sec. Okay, I understand that might have deserved a bit of an extra explanation what kind of madman makes a hot drink in the microwave, but I promise it was a reasonable decision. It's a bubble tea with milk. So I cooked the boba, I put in the cold milk, and then I microwaved it. Oops. Oh, I had Twitch open on my desktop because I was trying to meddle with something in the meantime. So hopefully there wasn't a bunch of double audio coming in. Anyway, then I had to heat the milk mixture as well again. So it was hot, and then I could put it in tea. Anyway, we're gonna do this again. We're gonna do it for real this time. In the kitchen, and someone came up to me and they said, well, have you tried just winning the game? And I thought, no, you know what, I was too concerned with a bunch of other stuff. This time though, we're gonna rely on the age-old strategy of just winning, and I think I've got much more confidence in our chances this time around, now that I know that. Now that I've got a definite goal in mind, winning the game. Hi, kitty. The two kitty cats. My two biggest fans. I wish the pieces were somewhat randomized, because putting this somewhere in the corner is always the first thing I do. I just don't see why anyone would want this piece. Surely someone does. Take the cash. We got any doors? No, but we got space. We got, club. It's the worst Tetris piece too. Exactly! Why I lost the last run, because I picked it at the end. Then suddenly my luck started to turn. Okay, what are we gonna take? We could do some extra damage. That's adjacent only. Oh, I'm still using this twice. Wait a minute. Why am I taking the cactus? Just blocked as a cactus. Did they buff the cactus? 7 spikes? Alright, we'll be fighting Big B. Yeah, there we go. Hang on, what's this one? Ah. We'll find something good to do with this. I know it. Even if we just put it here for now. Alright. This guy blows up after a while. We can live with the occasional rat wolf attacks, so we'll get him. The square, the most powerful piece in the game. Unless I want to do a little bit of... Oh, never mind. Do some squaring up here. Although I'll need a nice 4-piece up here and then another square to stack it up with. Let's do some considering. The line, the long line. The long line. Or unstable mana. Kind of interesting. You really want me to take that club? I could, depends how much I want to rely on using this battery. Take an extra shiv. Alright, well, we'll do this. Something good. Alright, don't give me the cursed. What is this? A ray gun? Okay, so it's the shield, but it's a ray gun. That could be good. Maybe we... Okay. Great. Amazing. I need 2 energy to get rid of this boy. You know what? Fine. Come on. Do I have 6 gold? I don't. Okay. Well, I can't move a... You son of a bitch. The battery doesn't even have 2 health. Okay, this is fine. We can salvage this. We'll just throw this here. Get into a fight. What did he say? Okay, now move this back. 1. Move this back. This in the corner. And what is with these tea bags? I haven't even stirred the thing and it's already fallen apart. It's okay, I guess I'm just getting some extra... I guess my tea's gonna be extra chewy. Extra thick. Tea itself is delicious, but the reason it was so cheap is because the bags are just a suggestion, I suppose. Okay. I'm a fan of the gloves. It's not a gauntlet, but it's something. Let's try more passive block, even though the shield is pretty good. Once we get 6 gold, we're going right back to that spinner. Golden bow, we got all kinds of stuff to consider here. Oh, hang on. 4 block. Shields and armor do more. Weapons do more. Kinda similar, hey? Chipped sword we can throw in there, though. Yeah, alright. You are greeted by a member of the patrol. Kinda think of some more classic Oblivion lines. If you've got to travel, then by the 9 divine, stay on the roads. It's the Daedra, you see. Squirrel looks at you absent-mindedly. Long ago, I retired from the patrol, he says. Now I spend my days adventuring and reliving my glory days. I don't need much of my old equipment anymore. Perhaps I can interest you in something. What if I ask for food? Because I can't eat anything. Just gonna give me a cup of oil and say, like, hey, I got this from my from my car and I've been meaning to throw it out, but maybe you want this. I'll take a weapon. What? Oh! Ray gun! Yeah. Does it cost energy? No. Alright. This is gonna be pretty easy to insert. It's huge as far as the 1x1 slot goes. Alright. Alright. Can it be used once? Once per turn. Okay. That's okay. We're still going back to that spinner, if we can. Can you imagine 2 ray guns? Alright. We do the damage. This is just gonna be like, I don't know, 7 or 8. Exactly. Why would you settle for 1 ray gun when you could have more than 1 ray gun? Wish I could just turn this sideways and buff everything in the row. Right now it's buffing nothing. Now it's buffing something. I can't afford the other ray, the spinner. I can't sell my stuff. How am I gonna get more money? I can't get any more money. Damn. Damn. Maybe they're selling it at the shop. 3 enemies. Let's start with just 2. Alright. Oh well. Very good. How much does this do here? 7, 8? Okay. Oh. Classic rectangle build. Yes, please. I need a earthstone blade. Do I need an earthstone blade? I might. I feel like this is just too... This has got too much potential not to take. If I can just have like a little notch up there, I can throw it in there. And then the line can just go right across it. I've had enough of rockets. I've put my trust in them too much for one day, I'm afraid. We had the rocket delete our entire backpack by accident. I don't know what side they're on anymore. Should we had more than 1 elbow. I'll just take some... Gotta take the earthstone blade, of course. What am I thinking? Okay. Reorganize. This is 1. I'll just leave that out. Getcha. Okay, good stuff. Archangel wings, what does this do again? Each turn, the item between the wings is just used for free. Can you imagine? What happens if we put it on the ray gun? Free 0 damage every turn? Amazing. Splitter has been fun. Charger has not been fun because I've never used it before, but maybe it can do some weird stuff with the splitter, just seeing how it rounds up, which is nice. Alright, we've We've got another reason to save up all our money for stuff we're not gonna... The wings are on sale? The wings are on sale. And now we got potential for real. I guess we're attacking the porcupine. This is fine. Oh, goodbye. Okay. Another... Oh, that's a toggle. Seems kind of annoying. Don't want the toggle yet. What do I want? My brain just says we want nothing. Yeah, get rid of yeah, get rid of the unstable mana. Or yeah, okay. Get rid of the I'll get rid of the regular mana, in fact. Just throw this here. I'm afraid not. Okay, we need something to sell. This is the kind of stuff we can sell. What do we got? We got rare, uncommon, uncommon, rare. Let's do the classic, dump it into the side and get the rare item. Okay, oh, it worked. It doesn't, did it work though? It worked. Okay. We don't want to use it. We want to sell it. We can afford the thing. Funny enough, really the only thing we can use it on right now is the chipped sword, since it's better than the Earthstone blade. This glove is doing less and less by the day, so let's move it back over there. That's not gonna work. Not gonna work. We threw it there. Alright. I've got a flying sword. I want to keep some stuff here. I want to not keep. I'll not keep the circuit board. Okay, this is... Depends if the wings happen first or last. If they happen first, then I'll do this. Keep it like that. Yeah. Test this out on some unsuspecting fool. Okay, yeah, it just works right away. Now I have to pay 1 energy, which is fine because now I'm using all 3 of my... Huh? It's the... Oh. Oh. Okay. If only there was some way I could have used my eyes to just glean all the information on how this thing works without using it, but sadly no such method exists, so we were unable to know ahead of time. We could maybe use We could use it on, say, like a regen wand with 1 mana. This is a lot of armor for the little buff we get from it, so I'm happy to throw it away. Get another mana stone, so we can use the wands twice. It'll be just a nice passive heal that I don't really need to worry about. When if I use the battery first, I use the sword for free, I use the Earthstone blade, which, you know, doesn't really do anything right now, but... I wanna be a brick boy? I don't think I wanna be a brick boy. Too late to become a brick man. Oh, well, He says that, but in reality... we can start getting some stuff to stack our sword on top of. Something like that. Alright, let me think about this. Okay, now the club can go here. Now we're buffing 2 things. Right. And then the chipped sword goes in the garbage because we can't put it anywhere. And the left glove becomes a lot worse than it used to be. So we put this here. Our other weapons, of course, become worse. Perhaps remove the left glove if it's not going to be doing much for me to begin with. Throw this man up there. Done. Lock it in. Alright. Let's watch this in action. How much are we doing? 12. 20. 20, I'm gonna guess 8. 29. And then 45. Enough to get him. I can use my battery to weaken him even more. And then waste all my energy on the club. Which is why you don't do it like that. That's okay. Ah! Square! My prayers were answered. Very convenient. Okay. Mana reverser. We can do something with this. Especially if we have a wand. Maybe. We only need 1 mana stone and we just recharge it every turn. And it's an I'm gonna turn it into a stable mana so I don't need to worry about, oh, I can't run my beam through here or I destroy my mana stone. You take a... that's a toggle. Unfortunate. Right. They call it an Earthstone blade, so you'd think maybe it wants to be close to the ground. Fortunately, I have to keep it up there. If I make the blade a little worse, I can put this here. Then I've kind of got to daisy chain the mana all the way over to this wand so I can put the wings on it still. Wings aren't conductive, so I can't put them up there. And then when it gets reversed, we use the ray gun and the shield. a nice pocket to buff the blade with. Oh, 3. This costs energy. Disgusting. I hate that. We still gotta use it though. Alright. My plan's foiled again by my reluctance to read the words on the screen. I still want it. So if we get an amplifier or something, then our worries are over. So the shield in the back, and the ray gun in a spot where it's not going to be that good. That's okay. Now, what goes where? The chipped sword doesn't even fit anywhere anymore, thanks to my... Alright. Back to the way things used to be. Where's my shield? 2 defensive grids? He could be a very defended boy. Alright, I guess this is what we're doing. 2 blocks or a ray gun. And then once we get some more elbows or something, or an amplifier, we can really go to town here. Forget what this was. Right. Never mind. Sorry to bother you again, ma'am. Okay. Normal reverser. Just a normal reverser, nothing silly about it. It's nice, but I don't know if I want to make it turn around just for that. We need more elbows if we want to do something like that. First, I think, take a switcher. Still get rid of my unstable mana. Let's get some more distance out of it. Hang on, how much money do we have? 2. Oh. Almost forgot about this. Alright. Let's bring your kids to work day, I guess. In the dungeon. Block for 17? I bet we can. We've got some regen. Look at that. Go for the guy who doesn't have his block up. Citrine reverser. Okay. Now, see, that's something good. Now, where would we put such a thing? I think with our ray gun, our earthstone blade, and 2 grids, and some health, be okay. Kinda sucks to... Oh wait, this is consumable I never used. Yeah. Alright, that's good. What the heck is this? The closest item below is pulled up. Okay. And a jagged blade. Deals damage, and on kill deals damage. This one's better. Nice blade, but mine's better. Dodge potions. Don't know what I would do with a vacuum. The only way I could think, like the only reason I can think of using these moving items is that so you would use, allow you to use a different item more than once by putting it in the way of the beam again. This is pretty big though, isn't it? It's big enough to not be worth my time. Especially since I'm not going to be able to afford it. Just window shopping. $11 on the ray gun. Take it. Red pearl. Weapons on a diagonal line. That's pretty nice. That could be almost all my weapons if I do that. And then the emerald can just, just leave my presence. And an old log. Nah. Okay. Repeater. Destroys charges, creates a new 1 energy charge. Right. Not gonna use it. And that's that. I'm gonna pass, I suppose. Just got so much stuff. I want a bigger backpack. Queen bee. Small bees. If we did... Nah, it'll take another turn, won't it? Would've been nice if we could two-shot it, but we'll get the little boys. Yeah, this is a good handling of the boss. Alright. Okay. Okay. Sandwich. Bonus healing. Shield spirit. On the use of a shield, all weapons adjacent are used for free. But then aforementioned weapons lose damage this combat. We have 2 shields. And this will be worth using them. And then the tusk. Whenever I use a weapon, I cannot move it for 2 combats from now. And I just don't like tusk because it locks you into whatever you've got running so heavily that you can practically not change your backpack anymore. So I will take the shield spirit. Question is, what do I give up? I want to keep both grids because that's what makes the shield spirit so perhaps useful. Right, so if I use the shield, so it goes like this, the shield spirit is used, then this is used, which is great. And then I'll use the ray gun first, then I'll use this shield spirit to use the blade, and then I'll use the other shield spirit to use the other blade. And I think I'll move these like this so that this grid uses 2 weapons, And then... yeah. Weapons get weaker over time, of course. Gemstone art, more stuff we want. One adjacent item kills and non-summon enemy you heal. Ooh, we're being flooded with good stuff. But, alas... You know what? You know what? The heavy blade is heavy, and we can replace the brick wall with something that is heavy and that we actually use. Chipped sword costs nothing, and the heavy blade costs something, though. So when I use it, this is 2-1... Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Alright, you dodge. Don't like that. Get him anyway. Alright, so this has been used twice, so now it deals 9 instead of 11. This has been used once. And... right, still though. Use the weapon so often now that unless we're gonna be in a battle that lasts way longer. Fine. And we got we got this. We could make it a long boy out here, but could also go down somewhere. Oh, not down there. Would be nice to add some floor. So that the Earthstone blade can sit higher above the floor. And I guess I'll put it there. Would also be nice if we could make a little nook for the Earthstone blade to rest in. That would be a spectacular waste of block. If we try making a little Earthstone nook, I really don't think it's going to be worth the amount of space that we end up wasting. This won't let you do that. There, the perfect upgrade. Nah, thinking the best one for Earthstone purposes is gonna be this, and then we put the tilted sword kind of where the wand is. I mean, not the tilted sword, the the heavy blade. It's the same as the tilted blade. It's just not tilted, if I recall. Okay. This is 4 spaces above the floor now, so it does 20. The brick wall can go away. I enjoy seeing another citrine. We could make the things spin around a bunch. Maybe we re-roll our combat rewards too. Not until we fit everything back inside. I've got the mana stone that I'm gonna keep here. Okay. Lots of stuff to consider. I want to turn a projectile around as well, and then come back and hit the ray gun at the very, very end. I want to block. Oh boy. Oops. You know what? We would get an additional 3 damage if we put it up here. Or We can put this here, we can put this here, we can put this here. And we get a lot more than 3 damage out of that. Need to put this salvo here. Switch. Put the wings up here. I think one of our shields should go there. That would be pretty good. Maybe our other shield can go here, kind of like the way it used to be. The heavy blade's damage is going to fall off quite significantly. But I suppose that's okay. Even put the red pearl here and get a pretty significant bonus. If I put it here, the ray gun gets a flat upgrade, but that's okay. Need that. Now where should the battery go? Maybe the battery just kinda goes along here. Just so it hits the earth stone blade. I don't have anything else it can pass through that costs anything, so... Well... This could be like a refill the mana stone battery. To make our healing a little more aggressive. I don't want the sapphire. The sapphire is terrible. Take the dice. Oh! Oh, right. The citrine went away. That's okay. Lizard Blade does damage. I think what we should do is take the Lizard Blade and put it somewhere where only the shield spirit defensive grids activate it. That way, we'll be getting a lot of use out of it for free. Be like that. These aren't conductive. That's so annoying. Put this here. 3 things are... 3 things still. This is okay. Locked doors? Whenever I get keys, there are no locked doors. Okay, take a look at this. This costs... no. It's using up the energy. 3 weapons are using up the energy, of course. I need it to rebound and hit the ray gun. And that's not gonna happen. You're gonna get the ray gun. That hits the ray gun. Now one of our shields is unused. If this goes like this. Ah, man. What's this gonna do for me? I'm gonna say it does nothing for me. Shields don't do a whole lot once I do it like this. This game, you're killing me. This would be a perfect spot for a shield spirit. It's used up by the battery. Then maybe this goes here, and then this goes here. Ah, no, the stupid thing is in the way. It's gotta touch the wand. And then it can go like this. We've even got 2 mana stones, so we can... Okay. Then this shield spirit needs to go somewhere. Like there. Okay. This touches everything it needs to touch. Let me just confirm that 1,000 more times, he says. I can make the ray gun do more if I make the citrine do nothing. But I think that's fine. It's 1, 2, 3, 4 extra damage on the ray gun and on the block. Okay. I've been at this for quite a while. I think I'm gonna go with this. Oh, but what if you took that hatchet? Oh, just gonna angle this properly. Okay. Now it's gonna give me something that's gonna make me reconsider my entire build. No, just some stuff. Some stuff here. Let's put the citrine reverser back and put the normal reverser there. Perfect, thank you. Okay, no curses. Perfect. I love it. We can replace our regen wand with a skull wand if we wish, but... Oh, hang on. So if we use our battery... No, we only refill this. The battery's once per combat. So it would only refill the death wand 1 time. And instead of doing, what, like 8 regen, we would just deal 5... Well, we'll deal 10 damage to everyone. But historically, I've had a tough time healing myself up because my robot is not so good at that. Can't eat anything, so... That. We'll take a rose. Take a rose. We'll take... go to the healer. But we are gonna just gain max health. This is like a little small heal plus some extra bits. It's a max upgrade capacity. Ow. We don't get much block, do we? Despite my efforts. Different item of same rarity. We could get a new common item for free. What else do we have that is... Yeah, sure. Give me a new common item, please. Ooh, thank you. I take it. Aw, man, don't call yourself a sucker. Self-deprecation is not the answer. You come across... a potion man. What do? You've come across this man. Alright, this might be a punishing fight. Let's see how much block we get. 7... 8. 8 block. Not much. We could do this, maybe. Oh no, we want to use the lizard blade a bunch. Club versus dagger. Maybe some boots. There's lots of spaces above if we put them here. Oh, that's a little bit. You know, that's something. Maybe we check out the forge just in case. Block to armor. Do we have any armor that's really worth keeping? We got the boots, we've got the other boot, the left boot and the right boot. I don't know if we're gonna keep that forever, so I don't want to buff it. What's a robot gonna do? Why is a robot gonna wear leather boots anyway? It's made of metal. Alright, scary bats. We gotta take one out real quick. Well, we did it. We're gonna take... Well, they might survive. Because we're dealing significantly less damage now. Does this reset? No, that combat. Adjacent weapons get -1 this combat. Interestingly, the lizard blade... Oh. Okay. Didn't look like it was getting debuffed, but when I last looked, the red pearl buff was not listed, so maybe it was buffed by the red pearl 3 times, nerfed 3 times by the shields, and then it just didn't list the red pearl buff. Now, getting just a slats shield might be kind of wise. I think we lost health over all that fight. Or at least we didn't really gain much back. But I don't want to do that. Maybe if we think real hard, we can make our path a lot longer and less energy consumptive. Think about this. Suppose we had the Earthstone blade up here, and the sword kind of supporting it in the middle, and then we had the energy charge go kind of like from down here up, and then it got reversed, and then it went back down, and then it got reversed again, and then it went back up, and then it hit something behind it. After all this reorganizing, I'm about to consider reorganizing everything. Get fixed up first. Charger destroys the first charge. Second charge releases twice the energy stored. Okay, maybe I've been considering this incorrectly. So, hang on. Destroys charges that enter. I got that. The first charge, the main charge, is stored. The second charge is destroyed, I assume. But then twice the energy that came from the first charge exits. So if I throw... Wait, I was gonna say, you know, if I start off with like the core entering and then the battery hitting the charger, maybe I'd get 6 energy coming out because the core had been doubled. But since the battery only works once per turn, then I would only really get to make actions twice per turn, or once per 2 turns rather, afterwards, which makes me say no. Makes me say no to that. let's let's try to reorganize our path a little bit. I need more block, and I've got the tools, they're just not arranged in the way they need to be. Okay, let's think about how we can do this. So if we start the blade in the middle-ish, we need this shield to hit the blade, and this shield to hit the blade. Because it's kind of at the top, yeah. So maybe... let's say we start here. Core goes up, gets reversed, goes back. Got another elbow. Yeah. Goes back up, gets reversed again. Oh, I see the problem. Yeah. Get any toggles? No. Just mess with something here. Yeah, it just gets stored. And then 6 comes out. And then, what? And then 8, and then 12, and then so on. So we've got some sort of energy doubler going on here. Since we've tested it, can you imagine if the charger just had like 500 energy going into the next fight? It's kind of funny. I don't know how I'm gonna use that though. I mean, okay, I'll tell you how you use that. I'll tell you exactly how you use that. You do that. Now we've got like 1,000 energy, and then you have a toggle that has been, or not a toggle. You've got a switcher that has been letting you do that, and then you flip the switch so it goes down the different path. And what the different path is something like this. Yeah. Oh, what the hell? It just stopped. Well, that's no good. Right, and then if we, hang on, we just 20, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 10, 9, 8, 7, and then it just stops. What the hell? My amazing idea. That's lame. Sigh. Alright. Well. Guess we'll try it again another day. It'd be nice to put the lizard blade there, just because. It'd be nice if the heavy blade was not in the middle of my path, because now I'm gonna have trouble making the path so extended without running out of energy. So it passes over once, twice, and then I have to... yeah. Throw this here. Maybe we do it like this, and then we throw the club in there. Maybe. And then we could have our side batteries simply do it again. Right. Okay, stop. Stop. How much block is this gonna give me in total? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 plus 18. Okay, so that's 27, which is much more than like the 10 that it used to be. I'm happy with that, for sure. We could pull a really sneaky couple extra block out of... No, we can't. If we had a toggle, we could. Otherwise... Alright, I'll just throw in a little extra shot. Oh, my mana reverser. I'll keep that. Okay. That's a little bit better. How much money? We've got 10 money. 10 cash money. Save up for 15, I'm thinking. Alright. Oh! When did I put that there? Right, I expected the... I don't know what I expected, but we're doing okay right now, still. For some reason I thought the reverser would only work one time. So we do that thing I was talking about. Oh, never mind, I need to toggle this once. Okay. Like that. Just an extra couple block or something. Okay, here's an idea. Balloon in time. Get rid of the heavy blade. Well, we need to keep the heavy blade for a sec. Now we can get rid of the now we can get rid of the heavy blade. Because the balloon is here. The balloon is gonna rescue me. The balloon keeps it pinned in a more space-efficient package. Now we need a way to use this lizard blade at least once. Maybe like this. Now we're using both shields, so that's an improvement. Do these guys share any nice... It's better. No, it's not better. Whatever. We can put the Spanish stone here and just consume it, I suppose. Block is hanging on. Holding out. What's this? Mechanical gem. When this finishes moving, items in the column get +3. Except it needs to move first. So we need like a bouncer or a vacuum or whatever. Right. I'm not gonna have any of those, I'll tell you that right now. I don't think I have any more room for rotators and elbows and whatnot. Get rid of all these guys. No, wrong target! We might have... Okay, well, we only get one curse. Hey, skip the curse. Alright. Man, I'm so lucky with pieces here. Gotta switch this around. Yeah, it's not doing anything right now. Okay. Heart ring. Shiv. It's a fun place for a shiv. And it gets buffed. That's all I want. Key. Do I want to unlock that door though? I don't think so. You get 15 cash. Another citrine reverser. That's actually very yummy, yummy, yummy. I'll take it. Alright. So you start off. Auto run's killing me. No, we get blocked before we do a lot of damage, which is really good because that's how we absorb our spikes. For some reason, that starts flipped the wrong way at the start of the game. Makes it not very useful to me. Fortunate. Do be burning quite a bit though. Frog Totem adds mana to the network. Is it a one space? It is a one space. Quarrel makes the shields give me spikes. The conductor makes connected weapons get bonus damage. I need that balloon to go one space over so I have space for the... Oh well. Now that does something at least. Ideally, I would put it here. Well, I could do that. So now it's gonna buff two things. Right. Might as well get the battery to just point to the right, so it doesn't have to go as far. Yeah, I guess that's it. I really want to work this toggle out. There's a way to do that. I just don't want it to start pointing that way. And I don't want to mirror my entire backpack so I can start it from the other side. That's not worth it. Well, I could just do this. And of course now the toggle screws that over. I need one more elbow then. I'm going to leave it behind, put the shiv in the way, and just put the reverser there. We be fighting. Is that the Grandmaster? We're fighting a big fatso. Another ray gun for 6? You spoil me, my friend. Oh, listen, I'm really running out of room for big damage lengths of. Oh, right. I have like a potion or something. We only have one locked door and it's a treasure, so I will sell him a key. Take the gun. Really not great positioning, we know this, but... But that's the way it's gonna be. Citrine is doing nothing. Let's have it do something. Move the club here, because now it's being used again, and we move this here. And this red pearl is in a very good spot, actually. Alright. We gonna hit first. Let's go for the glory hunter, I suppose. The burn is not quite gonna finish him off, so we go for the gecko. I need to skip the curse, which I don't appreciate. Vorpal Blade deals 8 damage twice. You did miss it while you were grabbing food. Amplifier. Oh man, now we gotta do more reorganizing. How did I get the sword above the balloon? Well, the sword floats. I mean, the balloon floats, and the sword sinks. So that's we used that. We had a heavy sword, which we used to prop up the blade to begin with. And then we put the balloon below the blade so that two things were supporting it. And then we removed the sword. The balloon wants to go up, but the blade wants to go down, so they just kind of hang out there. And it was nice because now I don't have a heavy sword blocking my path. Also got a second ray gun. We've got all sorts of garbage going on right now. And now I want to take the amplifier too. I did not have a notch. The heavy sword was... It was before I had this 4-piece long floor in here, so the heavy sword was just holding it up 3 tall. And then I put the balloon in, removed the sword, and then I just expanded the floor. This blade would be nice. Maybe it's a 3. The conductor makes it pretty good. Oh, yeah, if you had a notch, you could do it, but otherwise, I'm pretty sure you have to have a second support. I feel like I gotta get some more mileage out of my ray guns so they don't just do like 6 and 11 or something. But with shield spirits, I'm more all about the weapon and grid placements. Also, I got 4 energy to spend now, and how much am I really spending? I think like 1 of it. So maybe we replace the boots with a club, and it's that easy. Yeah. I save it just in case my test was inaccurate. Yeah, okay. Don't get much block anymore again. Ah! Hang on. Oh, the amplifier's disabled. Oh. Since when? Well, let's just finish him off. Okay, I don't really appreciate that. Use it now. I can use it. Well, we get him anyway. Alright. More to think about. Biggest trick with crates, if you can get an infinite energy loop going, the only thing that can kill you is spike damage. Hey, haven't figured out how to do that quite yet. I had a fun thing going when I was testing out the heck was it, the charger, where I had the output of the charger go back into the charger. Every turn I would just like pretty much double what was in the charger, and then I would release it into a loop, which I'd activate with a switch or something. But after using like 20 of the 1000 energy, it just stopped. And I was very saddened. I was thinking maybe a way to do an infinite loop would be with a splitter, since it rounds up odd numbered charges going through it. Unless it's 1. In which case it just goes down the elbow. I gotta figure out a way to do some more blocking here. Because right now we're doing... What, 29? That actually sounds pretty good. What was the problem then? Or were they just doing enough damage? Burn and all that. Right. Trade food for a cleaver. Oops. Air defender. Let's do some more thinking here. Amplifier is nice, but I don't think I can really use it very effectively yet. So if it only works 1/2 of the time, I would probably want to add something at the end of the line that uses that spare energy. Otherwise, I'm using 1 of it, and then it bounces, and then I use the other 2 of it, which is not what I want. Maybe that's just why I wasn't getting all that block, because I was not watching the beam very well. Alright, let's give it a shot here. Okay, yep, pretty good. What's my boy got for me? Little Pavis. Do you think? Do you think if a beam that travels a far distance triggers the Pavis, which then triggers the grids, do you think the grids only do 1 block, or do you think the grids do a bunch of block? Because it's the shield that uses the grid, not the charge. Kind of funny if we set up just a path where the loop or the charge goes a far, far place. Then it hits the shields and the guns at the end, and like at some point it hits the Pavis, which maybe hits the night shields, which then use all the weapons? I don't know. At the 0. Makes sense. I think the grid does... Oh no, the grid does 1, 0 by default, so... Exactly. How much money do these? 6 each. Buy one. You'd have to save up to buy the big one. The big one, I mean the small one. You're the chef. I was... Right. More stuff. Kind of want to reorganize, also kind of don't. Just getting tired of reorganizing. I really want to rely on the Earthstone Blade for all this damage. Well, I guess it would be possible to have something above it. I would need another heavy object if I want to fix it in place 1 row down. So I will refrain for now. course. Look at the snake. You know, I always wanted to play Diablos, but I never remember to check them out. The early ones are kind of old, aren't they? I were hanging out with my friend after like junior high. I thought that's what he was playing at the time. Better Heart Ring. What do you have for me, Mr. Flame Gem? Oof, I still have pretty much the same amount of money that I used to have. What would I sell? Hypothetically. Some Vorpal Blade. My Earthstone Blade. Kinda rely on those though. The Lizard Blade, oh, well, it's not worth that much. Old enough to drink. New one? Hang on, we've been there before. Damn, it's even older than I thought then. What is this? Booster. Each charge can only use this component twice. Charges must have traveled at least 3 spaces. Adds an energy. Alright. Interesting. I wonder if Cole could refresh this. Maybe not. Because it's worded differently. Expect Crab Cactus. Attack adds 2 spikes. That's better than normal cactus, because normal cactus only triggers when you take the damage, but this just happens when you're attacked. I get it. I get it. Again though, lots of things that I can't afford. Really unfortunate for me. Alright, we get the mini bosses here. Yeah, a charge can be boosted by it twice. I was wondering if a coal could reset the amount of times boosted per charge somehow. But I'm thinking maybe if you use some sort of repeater technology combined with a charger, the ones that stores, and or maybe even just a repeater if it takes a charge of 2 and then splits it into 1, and then each of those charges gets boosted and then split again. Depends whether the game considers those new charges or if they all have the same point of origin, which makes them all the same. I don't know. Your spikes are gonna go away, so I'm gonna not target you. Ray guns are even worse than normal against this guy, but that's okay. Oh man, we gotta kill some kids now. You're making me do this game. Ooh, almost lost our block. Really switch these two things around so the club is being used for free by the grid. Let's do that real quick. Of course, it's going to be the gem which moves and doesn't necessarily buff all the stuff I want it to anymore. Hang on, so here buffs just the club and the sword. Here it buffs the club and the blade, which is used twice, not the sword. Be nicer if I could put it in this corner of the conductor. But then I would have to move the balloon over and then it would break my entire backpack. So I think I'll just leave it here. Maybe if I put it where the citrine is. No, that's the same thing. That's fine. I wonder how bad our weapons are. This does 34, which is pretty good. This does 16, which is significantly decreased. I want this stuff. More mini bosses. He healed up since the last fight. We got no block. We will get, I don't know, like 9 or so block, which is okay. I have the luxury of patting some kitty cats while the battle plays out. They're both much too big for this bed, and yet they still do their best. Yet another 4x1. We are truly blessed. I think I'll put it right there. Right. We're as tall as we can be. Honestly, the Tetris block kind of makes sense. If there's a T block, that would finish it off real nice. So it's either this, or it's this, or it's this. I think here. This finishes up a whole rectangle, plus one extra little piece in the side for some sort of stowables. This gives me a something kind of similar. Maybe I could change my launch position to up here. I don't know if I want to do that. I had this, what would I even put in the right side? I think this is what I want the most. Okay, now got a conduit to help stuff float. Well, Kitty is restless. Kitty's standing in front of the screen. Kitty is a big boy. Ow. I'm not scratching post. Thank you. Kitty has been subdued. Kitty's in the lap. Big boy. Alright, so kind of unhappy with the places these defensive grids have moved. This one's using the side weapons. This one's only using one weapon, and it doesn't even really offer me that much block anymore. I think what I'd rather do is use them both at say the very end, both use the Earthstone blade, and maybe the last one uses the Vorpal blade as well. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna rearrange with the conduit. The Earthstone blade is gonna get a little bit lower, but that's only a loss of, like, 3 damage, so I don't need to worry about that. I don't think I have anything else that has a particular weight. Then once I'm done rearranging, I'll roll the dice. Okay. It's that time of day again. Honey, it's 1:15. Time to rearrange your backpack. Okay. Conduit. Blade. Conduit's not very tall, in hindsight. What if we have the conduit, then we have this, and then we... I don't know where that was gonna go. We could put this here, and then this here, and then this here, and then, oops, and then, this here. Now we can move it where we want. We could put the conduit sideways as well if we want to have the blade not on the top. Rather down one. Okay, so let's suppose that the last thing I do is What are you doing, kitty? Get over here. Alright. Good boy. Suppose that the last thing I do use the guns. Use the sword. Put the club in the middle to weaken my enemy as well. So if this is last, charge starts here. Conduit at the top. Oh, I see what you mean now. Sorry, that just took a bit, but yeah, I think I could do that too. We'll have to keep this stuff here if we want to keep the blade in place, I see. That's okay, because we can use it on our wand. Use it to power the wand. It's only 1 block larger than the Mana Stone anyway. So I will get peace with that. And we get 2 extra block. Remember that. So yeah. Buff this up. We can this. Put this here. For sword reasons. Now we need some elbows. He's getting licked. Yummy. My lizard blade no longer gets used. Hang on, 16, 9. First, we'll put that there. Oh yeah, I can't re-roll because then my conduit's gone. And then my sword falls, and then I look like an idiot. I have done that once today. Although the consequences were not severe. I just lost a citrine. Thank you, though. I feel like I'm liable to do that sort of stuff. If I take this little elbow, I can buff the sword. Alright, that's a pretty fair distance. And this costs 2, so amplified or not, I'll still be able to use the sword and all the grids. As they slowly sap all my weapons down into not being any good at all. Now the pearl. The blade is being used the most, so I think I want to buff the blade the most so it stays viable for longer. Forgot about the conductor, so we should probably put that here. Then, if we've got any more space for this citrine, which we do, then we hit some diagonals. I'm gonna buff 2 things with it. Do this. And then we'll have a battery as well. We can do something with the battery. We could use the battery on the club, and we can buff the club. Gotta keep the shield spirit so I do not forget. Use the mana stone. If we have lots of mana connected, we can throw a broken ring in there. And if we throw the broken ring in there, we have nowhere to put our cash money. This is looking a lot simpler and also nicer than what it used to be. I think 2 shields after all this distance is going to be enough for my blocking needs. I hope so. Alright. I think what I want to do is sell this mana reverser though. It's only an uncommon, but I don't want it. Don't necessarily want to buy anything right now. Alright. A gang of ninjas approaches. Apparently I'm targeting the first one. I'm getting cursed. This is not good. I skipped the curse. $60-ish damage on those ray guns is quite nice. Put this where it gets buffed here. Ah, the red pearl buffs the it's either a citrine buff or a red pearl buff. Wish I could have both, but I cannot. I'll take this buff. I think I'm gonna get another level, even if I hit all the fights. So I might skip some of the fights. Toggle. Poison. Haste. Block. Take out poison. The lizard blade will stay relevant. A little bit. Alright, more boss fights. I fight the rooster while he takes fewer hits. See, unfortunately for you kids, the The three children in a trench coat is just too cliche. Everyone sees it coming. It's time to get out of here. Time to face a real challenge. Can I get like maybe a ruby elbow? Okay, no. We got a booster. We really don't need the booster. That's what I really need. I'll take this. And I'll do this right. Okay. Not gonna take it into endless mode, so I'm not worried about my luck. Alright. Big fat boy. Yeah, it's regen and block. It's not so bad. Okay. What do we hit? We did lots of damage to him. We are gonna take what, like 40? Let's use up. Yeah, let's see how much damage we do. We started with about 780. So if we do about 180, now it's gonna be down to maybe 150. So now let's start on one of the fire geckos here. Hopefully we can still one-shot him. Can. That way we don't get as many curses. Is this a curse of weakness? Gives enemies regen. I could get rid of my shiv if I really want, but I'll skip it since I can do some regen still. Maybe be alright. So now I wonder how much damage I'm gonna do. I think I think we gotta all out this guy before we waste all our damage on mobs. Right, now we're gonna get ouched. Very much. Got a lot of block. Curse of Slow adds 10 rage to enemies. I feel like 14 damage is gonna be a lot less than adding 40 rage in total. Couple more turns, maybe 3 more turns. It's got poison and burn as well, which is good. Taking a lot of damage. Now giving them regen might be not so bad. This one's worth 16. I think I'm gonna take this one, and I don't need the heart or the luck ring, so I'm gonna put it there. Does not take energy to clear, otherwise I don't think I could have taken it. Now you see. Come on, I need this. Well, we didn't do that much this time. Still have a... Okay, we have... I think we die. Yeah. 57? Mr. Thomas, you didn't help me. I've just been sleeping around all day. Not like he's been sleeping around the house. Yeah, we gotta beat hard mode. We gotta beat hard mode. Before my brain dries up into a raisin. No wonder we've been losing. We've been going to the crypt every time instead of the bramble. Alright. Gotta kill this guy. Gotta get our experience. Kind of dismayed by how long this fight's taking. Oh, it's so rough early on. Okay. Okay, a long boy piece. Where are we gonna put the long boy piece? Probably on the bottom. Get, use this 3 times for, oh, I mean it's just 8 damage instead of 7 if we use it 3 times. That's not even that good. Okay, you can see if we luck out and get something good. It does look better. Mechanical gem. Maybe we try moving stuff around for the first time. I don't know, maybe not. Rogue's Mask. Once per combat. That's something. Messed up knife. Oh. Kind of nice to have a damaged knife just to avoid all this extra damage at the start, but okay, I have no money. Grandma, I told you to stop stop showing up while I'm streaming, it's embarrassing. Easy win. Easy win. Doesn't even do anything because I didn't put it in the right row. Oh, I guessed properly. I guessed correctly. The elbow is in the right spot. Or we could make it even more tall. And then no matter which elbow we get, whether it's the left hand one or the right hand one, it's fine. Okay. Tooth necklace. Ouch. Too much hurting. Get the potion and just kind of throw it in there. Get the magic wand and start actually healing. And then not get the potion and just heal some more. What do you have? Poison, slow, block. Good start. We can either do this, or we can... Okay, we'll do that. Another mechanical gear? I mean... yeah. Double down on the synergy that does not exist yet. Sure. We could take some short arrows on the off chance that we get a bow, and then we can finally start doing some archery. I never give myself a chance to do that. Oops. be a bricky boy. We can just take whatever we want. No consequences. Yet. Give me something good. Maybe. Charger. If I can figure something out with that. I'll take it. And I'll probably just keep it and do nothing with it, but if we have a stroke of genius, then we'll be able to do something with it. Borb ahead. We'll get enough money to forge a shield, I guess. 1 damage. Band-aids. Those are nice. Throw this out with this. Get another switch. Do I want 2 more block or more health? I think I'll take more health. Once again, unable to switch targeting before it starts. It's fine. So I gotta be on the lookout for stuff that moves. Okay. Wrong one. I think we're as tall as we can be already. So let's expand our sides. Staff makes a shiv. Can you imagine if we had the ethereal staff make a whole 2 rows of shivs, and then we had mechanical gems that got moved back and forth a bunch that buffs up the shivs, and then we can send a charge that goes through the whole row of shivs. It deals massive damage. I don't know if that's gonna happen though. Could be fun. Got some boots. Not gonna use the boots. This makes a shiv in the row. So what I need is a row to start putting my shivs in. I also need to connect it. It's a toggle. Foiled again. poison. Okay, weapon stuff. That's all good. Okay, make this. Deals 5 per turn. It's a good shiv. Huh? It costs an energy, but not a mana. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard of. Now we get killed. No. Uh. Goodbye. Well, now how do we live? Okay, we lived. Sort of. I never even got my... The dagger's using up all the energy, and I'm never blocking. Alright. Well, this was terrible. Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, let's take a look at our autosave. Yeah, very well. Why is there... Okay. We could do it, we just have to not be so dumb. And if the reason I lost was just because I was being dumb, I am happy enough to continue. Alright. Okay, that's kind of what we were looking for. Okay, no more dumb stuff. Only smart stuff. The splitter makes 2 charges of 2 and 2. As long as one of them does not go in the charger. I mean, it could. We wouldn't lose out on anything, but we wouldn't gain anything either. Okay, so we've got all sorts of stuff here. We've got bricks. If I take the piggy bank, then I can't take the dagger. I might run out of stuff to spend my money on. So we could try. This just uses the sword 4 times. Well, I'll make it use it 3 times. Pretty straightforward. Wonder if they still give out the weapon buffs. Probably. Oh, not quite. Oh, my chip. Right. That's fine, thank you. Okay, good stuff, good stuff. A lot of good stuff. That might be too much good stuff for me to carry in my pockets. The shield that uses shields. which is okay, but you can make a lot of block just with the defensive grid. So I'm thinking maybe we just sell that. Queen Cleaver could be pretty good. So I'm not gonna sell that. I'm gonna keep it. And then the luck ring. Of course I would like to take it. Buy mana stone. Tentatively. Okay, we got stuff. Bashing shield. Kinda cool. If we don't need all the block we get from the this defensive grid. Take my cash. Cannot afford the bashing shield. Mana reverser, the thing that I had but never used all last game. Repeater. Okay. Okay, charger and repeater can do good things together. Maybe? If you split a charge into 3 pieces, the first one goes into the repeater, the second one doubles it to 2, and then we bounce it back into the repeater, and then into the charger, sorry. And then the third and final charge, it's the charger again, and then the 2 becomes 4. And if we do this after we split it, so that we have 4, this is we're gonna need more elbows to accomplish something like this, but we're gonna do science in the future. Right. Better move that chip out of the way at some point. A little too much block on my plate. Thank you for finishing them off. Okay, gonna reroll. Unstable mana, a cleaver. I think we take the cleaver. I think we're gonna have to abandon something here, whether it's arrows or the cleavers, but probably just the arrows. We have a piston to push up mechanical gems. The piston costs nothing. Hey, check this out. Wait, okay, I understand. The gems go like this and this. They both get pushed up, and then the sword gets an extra 6 damage. And as long as we don't put anything in that space, that's important. I think we're gonna get rid of the bricks as well. And then after the piston is used, there's an empty space above the piston, so I won't do anything else. Right? Right? Got some money. 32. Let's take something back to the shop. They're all common. Sell the something that I bring to the shop. I can buy a legendary if I wish. Bash him with a shield? It's a 2x2, and I kind of want to keep all my stuff. I already sold my piece, so I not buy the shield? I don't buy the shield. I do not purchase a single thing. If I had that Venom Blade now, the Poison Ivy, that would be cool. I do not own such a thing, however. Hang on. I've noticed a discrepancy. There we go. Need elbows and switches and stuff if we want to accomplish our master plan. So, get rid of the big brick. Watch this. Yeah, 13. And it's still 13. That's nice. Gonna be taking damage though. Alright, slow curse. No. Holding up pretty fairly here. Take one more hit. We get him. All right, now what do we get? We got a belt of knives. We got spice consumables. Make me angry. We get spicy ginger for nearby consumables. Yeah, it's gonna be the belt of knives. Gonna put it. Ruby rotator. Very good. Heavy grinder. It is heavy. It is the same thing as a normal grinder, but it is heavy. I just need to take more elbows for my plan. I don't know if I'll ever have enough elbows. Crossbowman or armadillo. Ten block is starting to not feel so impressive anymore. Got a Tetris piece. What I want to do is split off. Hang on, what do I have in my inventory again? This is the charger. This is the. Need more pieces for it. No, this is the repeater. We need to feed the energy into the repeater. After we need to split it, feed it into the repeater. I think this would be a pretty good. Oh, we lose out on one space. Try this. It's either option A and everything else just kind of strikes me as eh. How come? Maybe this. It's option B. Whereas this one opens me up for another elbow up there. So. Okay, what we... ooh, another cleaver. Adjacent cleavers are used. Diagonal cleavers are used. And then this one may or may not get used twice that way. Belt of knives plus cleavers equals... me is very happy. I am happy. And, okay. So we split it. Split. And then we bring it together again. So that we have... Right, that doesn't work. We really have to use up lots of elbows to make this work. We split. And then we repeat. So this gives me 4 charges of 1. And then we need to do this so that we get... Right, so we have to have some stuff first. I think we need a toggle next. So after this, we need a toggle so that one goes in, one goes and triggers it, and then the next 3 all need to trigger it. So how are we gonna do that? The way it is right now, this is good though, because we get 2 charges of 2 going the same direction. And then we can do cleaver stuff with that. Here's how we'll do it. Here's how we'll do it. Make sure this is my wand. What we'll do is we'll have 3 cleavers. This does diagonal. This does adjacent. So then naturally we want the elbow to be in between them like that. So we just gotta rotate it the way we want it to be. But we have to do this last, of course. Diagonal, adjacent. Right before that, we use our defensive grid. We can't spend any more energy as we go along this path. Okay, we're gonna have to make the path a bit shorter then. Because we need one more elbow if we want to move it to the other corner. We can also use some... We can do some pistoning. Some pisting, as the professionals call it. It's not going to be that good, because we can only do 1 mechanical gem. It would go here, and then it would buff this column, which is the more important column. This one will just be a backup, I guess. We'll just throw it there. We'd also like to use the wand. So we gotta put the wand here. And we gotta put the mana next to the wand. And we're not gonna use the dagger anymore. We also want to use the rogue's mask. We might not have room for the rogue's mask. Which means that our defensive game is going to be even worse than normal. Unless we space these out and put this here. These cost nothing. As long as we leave this space empty, we're fine. So one of them uses the king cleaver. Oh, we better do it like this. One of them uses the queen cleaver, which uses the king cleaver, which uses the cleaver. Is there a better way to do this? This uses this. Maybe not. Oh, I see. So this goes here, and this goes... No. It would have to be like this. In that case, maybe we can make the path go longer. Well, not really. No. Okay, but this is what we need. The ruby rotator buffs as many cleavers as it can, and then when it hits the queen cleaver, it hits the normal one. Oh my gosh, I'm stupid. No, it needs to hit the needs to hit the king cleaver. It needs to hit the king cleaver, which needs to be adjacent to the ruby cleaver and the normal cleaver like this. So it okay. If that's the case, we're gonna move these. Well, we'll keep them here. This stuff, I'm gonna just throw in the garbage. The belt of knives is gonna be great because the cleavers buff each other on use, and then you can throw in all their stuff. This is how it's gonna be. And our mechanical gem buffs. Two of them. Two cleavers in the column. If I wanted, I guess. Maybe. Let's see here. I could do this and buff both columns. Of course, then I've got no place for the rogue's mask. So yeah. Maybe. We start this here. We split it here. Like this. Throw the bandages in here. Put the rogue's mask there. There we go. That's perfect. Right. So we're doing imagine all these numbers plus 6. And ooh, that's pretty good. Yes, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. No spoilers on the damage numbers until we watch it in action. That's pretty good. Alright. I've got a reverser, which I will need at some point for my plan. Dragonfly. Like, I guess. Just have him fly around there. Why not? Do you have any locked doors? No. Move these back. Would be nice to have like a preset layout that you could go back to so you don't forget to move letters and gems and whatnot. wheels, what have you. Dragonfly moves around on its own and it buffs stuff when it touches it. Conduit. What's this? Volatile potion deals 30 damage to one enemy. Assume. Throw that in there. Conduit is a rare item. Can I sell the aforementioned rare item? You know what I could do? I could get rid of the dragonfly. And, these things are rare. I'll do it. I'll do it. Bat. No bats allowed. No bats allowed. Brick. Hungry for block. Spin the wheel. What's the worst thing I could get? Just a curse that does nothing. What's the best thing I can get? I got a 1 in 3 chance for a legendary red hoodie. On take damage, adds 3 max HP. Once per combat. Kinda cool. Oh, kitty. Don't slip. It'd be cool if I had one more row this way. So I could move everything to the side one. And then I had another piston on the other side, so the gems go left and then they go right per turn. Actually, since I've got 2 charges coming out, it would happen twice. It would go left, right, left, right. Then if I had a repeater and the cleavers didn't cost so dang much, I could do that 4 times. But I'm not gonna do that 4 times. This is the first time I've been excited to see a piston. 49 gold. Slow, so they can't block so much. Burn is good. I like burn. Get him. Okay. The bouncer is like piston, but it works in all directions, and I got too much stuff to do that sort of thing. I'm just gonna buff one of the cleavers. Guardian ring when a shield is used that is diagonal. Add an extra block. Not good enough for me. Consider buffing this a little bit better. I had a fun crate run once with cleavers. Lizard King sword that reduces cost of weapons by 1. It does that? Well, I'm thinking of the lizard blade, which is just the uncommon one. That's pretty cool. Reorganizer after the first round. Cleavers only cost 1. Oh, so the sword has some sort of movement mechanics, does it? That's cool. It's quite cool indeed. can I get another charger? I don't know if I be able to stack chargers to any cool degree. And some stuff I don't really want. Sorry, but the cost of free is simply too much for me. We'll get him next turn. How much damage we doing on these? Oh, 16 on the regular one. Pretty nice. Is reset already. I got no space for bricks. We're not gonna take a brick. Or anything else, really, for that matter. Just gonna keep going. No. Damage. Block. Haste. I say damage. This one is used the most often. It's our... We'll forge it again! Very well. Probably should have done it on this one since it's also used twice, but... whatever. If I was hungry, you'd be dead already. That's probably true. I want to go into that fight generating 11 block per turn, you see. That's gonna do some eating. Very ouch. Not a fan. Oh, I'm back. I'm still a friend, just checking up on my friends. You know, like a good friend does. Don't wanna get the... whatever. Get him. The rabbit last. Still take longer. Crossbowman, I mean. The bunny, not the rabbit, you know. Seeing a definitive lack of good stuff here. What about you? Okay. Spare battery. Could be good. Legs falling asleep. There's a 5,000-pound kitty on it. Nah, he's like 7 pounds. He's not that fat. I just shame him into thinking that he is. Okay, so now previously the stack of cleavers was here. Well, it still gets buffed by the gems, so it still has to be there. Trying to think of a way to condense this row here. I mean, that doesn't really do anything. So if I can make the row slimmer, I can move the cleavers over to the right, and I don't know. I'll put that there. That costs 3. I've got enough money. This work? It's back here. Oh, yeah, that's pretty terrible. Very well. Okay, moving on with what we've got. Stuff. Alright. Perfect. No. Saving this for the right elbow. Stuff. Okay, instead of starting at the top and going down, it's gonna suck, but I think we start at the bottom and go to the top. That's not even the core. And instead of going... let's get a bit of extra distance this way. Okay, now the pistons can push the gems. Oh, I see. Very well. Still, the pistons will push the gems back, so they can go a little bit further. My conduit has to be thrown in the garbage, but I don't mind. Cleavers go here. My elbow can go in there. This here, mana. Even keep the conduit if I really want. Okay, functions. We can have this going this way to get one more cleaver strike. Right? Maybe. Not certain. I would think so. No, I keep saying eventually I'm gonna pull off my master plan, but I don't I don't know if that's actually gonna happen ever. See, what I wanted, split it off into 4 charges, which you then turn into, or 2 charges of 2, and then you turn those into 4 charges of 1. One of them goes into the charger, and then Yeah, I'll just use the space here. One of them goes into the charger, and then the other one, so I guess you would need a toggle, goes to the side and hits it. And when it gets released, it goes back into the charger. Okay, so yeah, one of them goes into the charger. The remaining 3 somehow go around and hit the charger to double it from 1 to 2 to 4 to 8. Wait. Yeah, I think so. and then, of course, you've got this switch here. And then next turn or something, you flip the switch and then you can release your 8 energy down the path. So what I need to figure out how to do if I want to do it that way is how do you do the aforementioned directing so that the first one goes into the repeater, the charger, and the other 3 do their own thing. I guess what you could do is you could have a bunch of toggles and have it so that both toggles need to be in the correct position. But by then we're running out of space because so much is dominated by all this stupid garbage just to make it work. So once again, I will not do what I was talking about. I just think it would be really fun to pull that off somehow. Some sort of energy oven. And we can put a consumable in the intermediate spot before, that way the gems don't push everything else off the map. You got Archangel Wings. I've seen these before and they're pretty good. Black Mana Stone. Adjacent or diagonal mana stones are destroyed on use. When an adjacent or diagonal mana stone is destroyed, increase the cost to do it again by 1 and add 1 to max capacity. So this is absorb all your mana stones into 1 mana stone. Okay, I like that. I just gotta find a way to use it. What am I doing with both consumables in my... I would turn... I mean, the thing is, I'm not even really using mana for anything more than regen, so I don't need to worry about it. Lucky Shiv. Nah. Thinking about the wings. I couldn't put it on one of the cleavers because that would disable it and that would not be worthwhile. So again, I could use it on the wand if I want, but I'm already using it normally. I guess I could just have like a dagger that is free. Take out all these stones. It would be that simple. And the dagger is buffed. And it only gets buffed once though. Unless... never mind. It's something. That's only worth 3. Okay. Well, I guess that's the way it'll be. Dagger's a good way to get rid of these dodge prompts here too. Oh, the mask would be in the top row. How did I forget? Okay. This is fine. All we need to do is that, and now it's in the top row. Do I want anything? No. Do I want any? Ah! Oh! 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 Yes, we need this stuff. This is the real master plan that I can actually... Okay. Alright, this is gonna be great. Extra pushing. We don't want this. We can throw this in here. Again, I don't think stacking... Oh, no, this is just my chart. I already own that. Okay. Rogue Mask. I mean, yeah, but... I can't put it anywhere anymore. What's that batteries thing? Because why does it say it should just go straight across? Right. And it just says, oh, not enough energy. You'd think it would go through the cleaver and hit the other dagger, but maybe that's not how it works. And if it's not how it works, I can just use the mask. And... it's like a blur. I guess that's it. Yeah. Anything else I want to purchase? No. But maybe I should just sell this stuff. No repeaters. No chargers. None of that. None of that crappy garbage for me. I will take the left gauntlet because I am a gauntlet enjoyer. Look at that, that's 7 block just for free, pretty much. That's it. Or just make sure it works. Yeah, okay. That's it. Need more cleavers. Okay. A booster. Booster is good. Booster is spot on. Where are we gonna put it? I mean, I guess that works. Yes. Yeah, that's just good. Okay, yeah, the charges do get used regardless if they have enough. Okay. I thought last game I had seen a charge behave the way I wanted it to, but I was mistaken. Thank you, thank you. I guess we'll just hang on to the rogue's mask then. Alright, now watch this. Double movement. My block is gonna get destroyed. Still pretty good. Okay, turn off auto run. Do a little bit of thinking. These are gonna move again. Do they keep the bonus from the mechanical gems? They don't. It's a shame. Okay, got a lot of spikes still. I may die. I think. I really gotta put this mask somewhere. know what? No dagger. But it has to be on top. I was thinking I'd just put it right in there. I was thinking I'd just put it right in there, but no. Okay, what if? Might be able to still do this. At the very least... No, I was mistaken. Okay. Damn. But have to go here and ruin our block. But he only attacks once. So. Let's see. We're gonna take a lot of damage from spikes still because we're using like 12 cleavers per turn or something. So even getting the block halfway through is still great. Maybe we take the conduit and we just kind of put this here and we just kind of put the conduit on the floor. It's only got one charge left, and maybe we don't need to use it anymore on the wand. Put it like this. We can even charge things up sooner. Okay, yeah, that. And now we're thinking. Now we're firing the neurons within our brains to make intelligent decisions. Damage did that to 27. That's good. And I dodge his hit. That's what we were looking for. I'm liking these gems a lot. I'm glad I picked them at the start. And this itself does like 18. It's great. Right, so they nerfed the stopwatch, didn't they? Every time you use a weapon, it gets another damage, but every turn you lose 2 health. Well, that's what the regen wand is for, am I right? I gotta power that thing back up, though. Or... if you considered just not using the dagger anymore. He asked himself. Throw this here. Dagger goes away. Cleansing Flame. Still helpful. Stopwatch. Stopwatch and Flame. It's one or the other. Now I use this twice per combat. This is used twice per combat. I don't know if the Queen Cleaver bounces again to hit the King Cleaver, or if they both just use the regular Cleaver before they are then again used again. The stopwatch could be pretty good for the cost of 2 health. Whereas the flame is a simpler but more more controlled sort of pick. Yeah, you know what? We'll do it. Maybe we get lucky and we find a splint and we can put it back there or something. Take a stopwatch. No cowards on this stream. Alright, it'd be nice if the splint was in here though, but that's okay. long as it's not like lose 2 max HP per turn. Just regular HP. As long as we finish all the battles in immediately. Alright, now let's see here. Snake is annoying. This cleaver does 28, this one does 37, 32. That's pretty good. Now it's all the way up to... Okay, it's back down because of gems, but... Yeah, we're onto something. I think. Do I take anything? Nah. Okay. Destructive core. When an adjacent item is destroyed. Right. I am not in the habit of destroying items this time. Still that in there. And then just use it. Use it on you. Been weakened. And we finish them. Yellow rose. Alright, here's a better version of conduit. You can sell it. That's good. It even resets itself. That's great. I don't need to move that stuff around anymore. Scary cobra. Kill the cobra. Yeah. The boo buckler. Or like the sucks my dick and balls. Buckler. Liquid luck would be nice. Where do I put it though? I could put it here and then kinda get a worse mechanical gem boost. I suppose. I could do it like this. I'm gonna do that. Block, haste, and spikes to shields. I'll add I'll add a block. It's not very good still. The king. Maybe this time we'll get to see what his stats are. Ah! This is okay. This is fine. We just... We've got extras. It's okay. He's back here. Yeah, this is good. Alright, don't worry about it. It's fine. Really wish I could have finished him off though. Oh, who do we target? Cannot dodge. I am already gonna be poisoned, so I don't want more poison, so we just finish him off. Alright, very good. All in one turn. Cleansing Rag removes poison from me. I guess. I don't know. Maybe we'd get another backup elbow just in case. Double battery. Just thinking it would be so nice if we had a toggle, we had a reverser. So the charge is going through, goes through option 1. Goes through the booster, comes back, goes through the booster, and then it goes through toggle 2 on its way out. And then in toggle, it's reset back to toggle 1 for the next charge. I can't think of another way I could really use the reverser to make the most out of the booster. So to toggle. Of course, next time I'm gonna see a toggle, I'm probably not gonna take it. Because I never take them, but... Okay. There's no badgers, so you are not scary. Don't want to be poisoned. Picked a bad secondary target. 11, 12. So that's... You kill a bat, is just what I'm wondering. Let's do it. Maybe not. Yes, we can. Okay. Pecking me? Oh, a jack cleaver. The above cleaver is used. Okay. And it also costs 2, I imagine. So what do we want it to use? By default, okay, probably want it to... This gets a +6 in total. Probably like this. Kinda sucks to have a block of them because then it's way less effective to use a ruby rotator somewhere. These are all my weapons, so I gotta put it somewhere. Although they are within range of the moving gems, which is where a lot of my buff comes from. So you know what? We'll just throw it there. Goodbye, Rose. You need the healing for sure. Speaking of healing, we need the healing. Definitely need more space as well. Alright. That's pretty good. Yeah. Assemble the cleaver square. Keys for doors? No. Nothing. I take nothing. It's no good. Rude Rooster or Ultra Knight. I will take on the Mean Bird. Oh boy, they're not gonna like this. Oh. Get out of here. This is my dungeon. Okay. This is the wrong one again. I want more room. Not to the left, but to the right. I want more room so I can try that whole toggle reverse charger deal. Sucks. I think I kind of prefer this. I know it's wasting a square. I'm highly aware. Amplifier. Probably do something with it. Regular cleaver. Now that's the good stuff. It's diagonal. This is adjacent. Alright, kitty, I need to see my monitor, please. Mr. Mitten, Mr. Big Boy. Where are you going? Up here? Yeah, very well. Yeah, you like being up here. Okay. Take the cleaver. Put it somewhere. Just a starter place for now. Okay. From there. Amplifier will help out one of the charges, and it'll just hit this other cleaver for more, I guess. Okay, can I pull this off here? Without a toggle, probably not. No, I don't need that. I can just do it with an elbow. So it would have to go like... I would need more space again. Because I'm thinking just do it like this. So it can go through, and then it just bounces up. We need one more space. Fit that in. Okay, here's what we could do. Yeah, I actually can't do that. I was thinking of amplifying it before it goes to the splitter, but not gonna work. Can have it come down instead of up again. Give me a bit more room. Start off with that. That's a terrible idea. It's the wall. Instead, maybe what it does is it does all this stuff in this area. Wow. I mean, we could do it like this. But that doesn't really help. So we have to do... work. Thinking. Because like this goes back the way it came. Back to the start and back to the splitter and all that. Hang on. Hang on. We cooked up something that the world is not ready to see yet? Depends on whether the split charge counts as a new charge for the booster. If I only had one more reverser, I could just put the gore here, be lazy, and then... Gotta test this. We can put this stuff here. That could stay where it is. We have another elbow. We used them all up. Okay, well, we won't be buffing the cleavers anymore, but I'm starting to think that won't particularly matter. Want these 3 columns to contain our cleavers. This is an adjacent one. This is a diagonal one. I see a tree in that. This one gets used the most often, I think. Amplifier goes there, just because I'll get an extra trigger on the last one sometimes. Throw on all this extra stuff, stopwatch. Okay, I will need to keep Belt of Knives, which means I will need to get rid of one heart ring. Oh, okay. So only 2 energies coming out instead of 3, because we've moved the booster. But 2 is still enough to use the King Cleaver, which sets everything in motion. Right, so it goes in. So if this functions properly, the splitter, there's a way to test whether this functions properly too, thinking about it. We just, okay, we need, I think we can do this. We just need to make a little loop. And a little reverser. And a charger. And we just need to see if the energy goes up forever. It's not. It's not supposed to happen. Needs to be like this. Okay. Okay. We've proven that it's not just the way the test functions. This is an, at least I'm pretty sure I've proven, this is an actual infinite energy machine. My first one ever. Even though it's cheese, I gotta use it. Because this is my first one. You all know how it feels to make it for the first time. Of course you gotta roll with it. This is how we beat the boss, though. Oh, well, maybe if we construct it properly. That's how we beat the boss. What the heck did I do here? Alright, this goes like that. That's all I did wrong. Okay. Yep. Not only is it infinite energy, but the weapons infinitely scale because of the gems. Wonderful. Okay, let's test it out on some unsuspecting reptiles. Oh, this is gonna take forever. Oh, that was a good first hit. Yeah, okay. Yep, okay. Yep. Alright. Yep. Okay. Perfect. Yeah, I don't think I need anything else. Of course, we gotta buff them with the Ruby Rotator. Our build is gonna suck without that sort of thing. We don't need the bandages anymore. For a really secret reason. I don't want your trash. Let me fight this guy. We could still lose the spikes. So let's think about that. So maybe we should have kept the bandages. Yeah, we're gonna not be getting much health back every turn. Because we win on turn 1. Okay. Well. Can we win the game with an infinite energy machine? I don't want to curse because I cannot take damage. The next floor is the final boss, I think. Living shadows we can take care of. We got hit by the stopwatch. I was thinking we'll just go in and heal up a little bit with our wand. But the stopwatch hurt me. Alright. We'll kill one enemy, and then we'll end the turn. They'll do nothing. We heal. We reorganize. Get rid of the stopwatch. This is what we can do. You can have a switch. If the switch goes up, we don't use our weapons. Flip these around. If the switch goes up, we don't use our weapons. If the switch goes left, then we do use our weapons. So what we can do here is we can just block for a while and heal up. We'll be in better shape for the boss, just in case he's got spikes. We'll just have to decide when we want to end the turn. I thought the wings use the wand by itself, so we can't. Yeah. Oh, you know what? He's using a curse now. I would like to just flip the switch. Okay, we'll just have to out-heal the curse, I guess. What does it do? Weakness. Skip the curse. I'm even more hurt than before. This is okay. We'll heal up a little bit. Next time it tries to curse us, we'll just kill it. Okay, so now I guess we kill it. Flip the switch. I don't know if we really gained any health there. Maybe just like 2 health. We could have gained health. So at least there's that. The assurance that it is possible to gain health. Get any health gainer items up here? I don't think so. We could get rid of the wings, to be honest, because we're just gonna use the wand ourselves. Kitty, there's no thank you. Come back here. Just use the wand ourselves. We can use it all at once. We can use it one extra time. Nah, we'll take the heart ring. You can even use the flower, which might not be the worst. I mean, it's kind of bad, but 8 haste. Oh no, my infinite damage has been reduced by a little bit. 8 extra block. I would, but I'm lazy, so will not. What's this again? Alright. Binary man. Okay, let's hope the king does not start the spikes and stuff. When a weapon is used, he gets haste, rage, and sometimes he gets regen. That's not a problem. Make sure everything is fine. The weapon is ready. Yeah, alright. Let's click the win the game button. Like I said, now that I know that I should just try to win the game, and not do fancy rocket silos and whatever the last one run was. Oh yeah, the shields and ray guns. It's it's just that easy. Perfect. Don't look at this list. Oh, I only loaded it 5 times. It's all the same? No, this is my entire... No, this is 3 runs worth of saves and loads. Look at that, kitty cat. We did it! He healed up 508 health. That's a lot of damage we took. Damage still big. Alright, very good. My stopwatch came back. Let's take the cheese, the gear. See a golden cog on the platform, reaching out, lifts into the sky. Your machinery will restore Ordaria. This is only the beginning of your new machines. Very good. You can beat hard mode, even if it requires breaking the game. I would consider that a satisfying conclusion to a stream that lasted longer than I expected. But still, I had a fun time. I'm happy to see some of those experimental changes being pushed out into the main game, because I don't really want to be on the test branch, at least not yet. Thanks for everyone who showed up. I was pretty warmed by the turnout. I was gonna say flustered, but I don't think that's quite the right word. Well, I hope you all have a wonderful day, and see ya.